Good morning, everyone. I know it's belated, but it's the first meeting in full council for a new year. So can I wish everyone a Happy New Year? And can I now call on the chaplain?
People, you have loved us and chosen us for your own. Clothe us with compassion, kindness, humility, and gentleness and patience. Help us to forgive one another as you have forgiven us, and bind us together in the perfect unity of your love, so that we may serve graciously the people of our county, that we may hold their concerns, their needs, their aspirations above all else. We ask this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. Your Son, Jesus Christ, cared for the welfare of everyone and went about doing good. Through your grace, grant us the imagination and perseverance to create in this county a just society. May we be agents of your compassion to the suffering and the deprived, the persecuted and the oppressed. We ask this in the name of Christ our Lord. Amen. And I invite you to join as you are able in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us to temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Thank you, Chair.
It is my intention to call a 15-minute break at 11:30. Okay, item 1, apologies. Are there any apologies for absence?
Mr. Chairman, we have received apologies from the following members: Richard Cox, Thomas Jay, Ian Lawson and Ian Parry.
Thank you. Declarations of interest. Does any member wish to declare an interest? Councillor Peters.
Page 161, item 2, the Burton Town deal and the proposed library move. I wish to declare an interest in that and won't be speaking.
Councillor Mark Willington.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to put a personal interest in with regards to item 8. I own a business that is growing energy crops and also in receipt of countryside stewardship. So I would wish to take part of the debate, but I won't be voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Jill Heath.
The same one as Mark. I own agricultural land, so I want to declare an interest as that, and I will be speaking but not voting.
Thank you. And Councillor Atkins, yours is noted as well.
Thank you, Chairman. As a personal interest, as I'm in receipt of countryside stewardship funds and involved in pilot schemes with DEFRA.
Confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting. I move that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 9th of December 2021 be signed as a true record. Is that agreed? Councillor Francis.
Apologies, Chairman. Can I declare non-pecuniary interest in item 7, page 163, Chatley West project update?
Thank you. Chairman's correspondence. Staffordshire residents recognised in Queen's New Year's honours. I'm sure that members will wish to join me in congratulating Mrs Emily Dubar, the Council's COVID Defence Lead, in being awarded a British Empire Medal for public service during the COVID-19 pandemic in Her Majesty the Queen's New Year's honours. Emily is with us this morning. Thank you for everything you've done on behalf of the county. It's not just us in here, it's every member of our wonderful county, so well deserved, and please look forward to the future. May I also take this opportunity to extend the Council's congratulations to the following Staffordshire residents who've also received been honoured. Professor Helen Jane Stokes Lampard, Dame of the British Empire, Chair, Medical Royal Colleges and Chair, National Academy of Social Prescribing for Services of General Practice. Miss Laura Manning Schoaf, CBE, lately Managing Director Transport for the West Midlands for Services to Economic Regeneration for the West Midlands. Mr Adam Peaty, OBE, for Services to Swimming. Mrs Kay McIntyre, MBE, Young People's Manager at East Cheshire Council for Services to Children and Young People. Mr Patrick Nairumbu, MBE, Executive Director of Strategy, People and Partnerships at Birmingham and Solihull Mental Health NHS Foundation Trust for Services to Nursing. Mrs Leon Jane Ali Caldi, BEM, for Services to the Community in Stafford during COVID-19. Mr Ian Derrick Mountford, BEM, for Service to the Community in Stoke-on-Trent, particularly during COVID-19. Mr Adam Ralph Prince, BEM, for Service to the Community in Burnham, Buckinghamshire during COVID-19. I think our thanks and congratulations go out to all of them for the service they've given on behalf of the country. They are our residents. Perhaps in many places they've worked elsewhere, but the service they've given nationally is outstanding, and we thank them all. It is my sad duty to inform the Council of the death on the 5th of January 2022 of former County Councillor Mr Len Bloomer. Mr Bloomer represented the Stafford Trent Valley, Stafford County Electoral Division on the County Council from 2001 to 2017. Mr Bloomer served on a number of the Council's committees, including the Audit Committee, Corporate Review Committee, Prosperous Staffordshire Select Committee, Planning Committee and Corporate Parenting Panel. He also served as the Chairman of a Stoke-on-Trent and Staffordshire Fire and Rescue Authority between 2009 and 2016. Mr Bloomer was appointed as an Honorary Alderman upon his retirement for the County Council in 2017. Does anybody wish to? Councillor Philip Atkins.
Thank you, Chairman. I, like some here, went to Len's funeral the other week, and a very moving service. Morecambe and Wise's Bring Me Sunshine will always come in my mind when I think of Len now. And he had a really interesting history and life, which I have to say, I was never aware of. You know, I knew the man, I thought, but not to that extent. To be sent off at a very early age with think it was two brothers, or brother and a sister, on a train to Holyhead and Dublin when his father had died, to go to an orphanage in Dublin. I never knew about that. And when he came back, he searched out his 11 siblings around the country. I never knew that. Or his work in the Scouts. And the fact that, but then as the story was told at the service, it began to explain a bit about Len, the Len I knew, who was really into the community and trying to do the best for the people around him. And he was always a bit grumpy, but he'd always smile at jokes. And the service really was a good way of celebrating Len's life, but it was sad to see pictures of how his decline in the last few years. I knew what was the matter, and some of the people in the council back then, and maybe in the chamber now, may regret some of the things that they said about Len in his final years, as his mental ability slowly declined, and it's a lesson for all of us to think about people when they get older and make allowances. But while he was chairman of the Fire Authority, he oversaw many changes from a service that went out when most people had already died in fires to one where they were working in the community. And he got that, and occasionally got things wrong, but hey-ho, that's the way of life. But I think Len will be missed, mainly because we both shared the same birthday. But I've got happy memories of Len when we were in opposition and when we took power and control back in 2009, and the efforts that he knew what he could do, and he knew how to set out and do it. And if anything else, he always fought for his own division, Trent Valley. The A518, if anything that you should remember Len for, was there were 17 people killed over 10 years. Always 17 people killed over 10 years, year on the 518 between Stafford and Uttoxeter. And between us, mainly Len, when you drive down that road, most of the work that's been done on highways management, traffic lights, flashing signs, different things on the road, the white lines in the middle of the road at Chartley, they're all Len. Because if there's one thing he really thought about, was other people. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor John Francis.
Thank you, Chairman. I've known Len now for 25 plus years, and I got on the Borough Council with him when we both got on there. Len was an absolutely fantastic friend to me. He did a lot for me. He helped me in a lot of ways, and he was my mentor in a lot of ways. Len, as Philip has alluded to, most of what Philip has said is absolutely true about the guy. It was very sad the way that he deteriorated, but hey-ho, as Philip says, we're all human beings and we can all end up in the same boat, I'm afraid. Len had a fantastic work ethic. He never, ever stopped. He was a mason. He set up the Masonic Hall in Stone with the Scouts. He was an avid Scout leader. He did a lot for the community. He worked for Ridgways. I knew Ridgways Pottery when I was an apprentice up in Stoke-on-Trent. He repped for Ridgways. He was at Royal Dalton when I had Helen Sharman, who had just been up in outer space, come and do a lecture for me as the Stoke-on-Trent Engineering Association. Len then worked for Royal Daltons and was a rep. Unfortunately, he didn't meet Helen while we were in the offices at Royal Daltons in Nile Street having a lunch, but he was absolutely brilliant, and I can't say too much any more about him than I've just done. It's just the feeling, and I think that it was absolute privilege to know the chap. Thanks very much, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Mark Whittington.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, Len was one of those guys that was always there and never made a fuss about things. He was just there. I went to the funeral and it was really quite moving, particularly sad to see how quickly he'd gone down from what was sort of not a tall man, but a big man in his own area. To what he was, and I found out some things that he was in the Lions, he was in the Masons, he was fully engaged with community, and again there was this friendliness about him, and his Irish antecedents came out, and he could be grumpy, but underneath the grumpiness there was a smile, and he's one of the few men, and you'll all be amazed at this, one of the few men that handled my friend John here. Because he used to tell it how it was, didn't he, John?
So do I.
So that was good. When we took control in 2009, Len, of all the people that were so pleased about it, was one of the most pleased. His face lit up because basically he was allowed then to become the chairman of the Fire Authority. Previously it was under Labour's leadership. And the Fire Authority was almost like a big family, and there was never a lot of antagonism, but everyone got on well. But Len was proud of being the chairman of the Fire Authority. He did a lot for Staffordshire at the Fire Authority. And at his funeral, there was a good turnout of serving fire officers and also retired fire officers. So that gives you an impression of how he was regarded. I'll miss him. He was a good friend and a good grumpy friend.
Thank you. Councillor Mark DeVille.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So sad, wasn't it, to hear of Len's illness and then his sad passing. You're right, Philip. I think Bring Me Sunshine at his funeral probably was a great testament to Len. And he could be extremely grumpy, but he was grumpy in a lovely, friendly and funny way, wasn't he? He had a great sense of humour. And despite, Chairman, you reading out all of his fantastic achievements, you know, the way that he served this council for so many years, the different committees that he's not only sat on, but really worked on. He was a real doer, Len was. He was immensely popular chairman of the Fire Authority, wasn't he? Well respected by, you know, members of this council, by the senior officers at Staffordshire Fire and Rescue, and all of the officers at Staffordshire Fire and Rescue. But Chairman, you speak of all his accolades and all of the committees that he's worked on. But Len will be just remembered as a very, very good friend and an immensely decent, nice gentleman. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Alan White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot's been said, and I just want to, I suppose, sum up with a few observations. For those of us that knew him in the chamber, yeah, he could be a little grumpy, but in a nice way. It wasn't in a cantankerous, malicious way. It was just in a nice way. He would always do right by the organisation that he was leading, and that sometimes got him into trouble. I remember one occasion with the Fire Authority, we had decided as a local authority that we were going to set a particular council tax. And Len had to set a precept for the Fire Authority. And Philip thought, you know what, let's make it clear. Let's make a statement about how much we're going to charge as a precept. 0. Len went away to the Fire Authority and thought, you know what, that's not right for the Fire Authority. I'm going to do my own thing. And that's what Len did. He did his own thing. And he knew he'd get into trouble for it. He did. But nevertheless, he did right by the organisation that he was leading. And that was a testament to the man for sure. When I first came onto the council, Len took me under his wing and on a number of occasions encouraged me to push on as a county councillor. Maybe seeing some potential, I don't know, but notwithstanding that fact, he certainly looked after me when I first came on to the county council. He was a decent man. a decent man, and he will be missed.
Thank you. Can I call on members now, please, to stand, observe a 1 minute silence in memory of Mr. Bloomer and to departed merit. Item 5, Strategic Plan 2022-26. Councillor Alan White, will you move the consideration of the report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the strategic plan for Staffordshire County Council. Ladies and gentlemen, we've reviewed the evidence. We've looked at past performance and we're reflecting on our future priorities. What we've tried to achieve with this strategic plan is to ensure that it's not overly long, it doesn't use difficult language. By difficult language, I mean local government speak, so that we can ensure that it gets read and so people understand our intent. We wanted it to be more succinct, more to the point, and clear about what our ambitions are. We've included in it the successes that we've had, and I just want to highlight successes in 3 areas. First of all, in families and communities. The children's systems transformation has taken a lot of time and energy, but is now embedded. We're working hard to build resilient families and communities, because through resilient families and communities, people can live happy, fulfilling lives across Staffordshire. And we've created family hubs, and I want to pay testament to those people involved in that, particularly Councillor Mark Sutton and to Helen Riley for her team and all the efforts that they put into that. In health and care, it can't have escaped anybody's attention the hard work that has been done on the COVID-19 response, the creation of our community help points, the Staffordshire Warmer Homes scheme. For those people that may have seen the Insulate Britain people across parts of the United Kingdom over the past few months, here in Staffordshire we've been insulating homes for quite some time because that's the right thing to do and it helps people live healthier lives. And then finally, Dementia Centres of Excellence in Stafford and Burton. I also want to go on to talk about economy and infrastructure. The Staffordshire Means Back to Business programme has been a huge success. Economic growth over the past few years has resulted in 10,000 new jobs and 4,000 new homes as a result of this county council's investment. The Lichfield Southern Bypass has been opened, the Staffordshire Western Access Road has been opened, and the I-54 Western Extension is coming to completion. All these things we celebrate today, but must remember that this is part of a programme of work that's been ongoing for many years. And it's to those people who've been part of that, either now or in the past, I want to pay tribute to. And then finally, I just want to touch base on the 25% reduction in CO2 emissions that we've had across, that we've had with Staffordshire County Council over the past couple of years. The strategic plan for 22 to 26 sets out a clear vision. It's innovative, ambitious and sustainable, where everybody has the opportunity to be healthy and happy. You will see that there's a plan on a page. It allows you just to look at a glance at what our ambitions are, and each of those components of that plan on a page we will be held to account to by our electorate. I want to just touch base on the costs of the delivery of the strategic plan. Throughout this, we are living within our means. We will be using our assets wisely to get the best return for this council and for the taxpayers of Staffordshire. We continue to work with government to try and achieve fair funding, particularly for social care. We are very keen to encourage communities to help themselves. We saw through the COVID-19 pandemic across Staffordshire, across England, across the United Kingdom, how communities stepped up to help themselves. And I'll say in my case, the cul-de-sac that I live in, I didn't know everybody that lived in the cul-de-sac until the COVID-19 pandemic started. And then we all set up a WhatsApp group, we got to know each other, and we had a street party to celebrate, I think it was VE Day in 2020. All getting to know each other, communities stepping up, and we need to see more of that. We don't want it to stop, we want to maintain the momentum. And we want to grow and support the economy, a huge piece of work led by Councillor Philip White. And then finally, helping partner organisations to build more homes by supporting the infrastructure that they need to deliver those homes. We know that districts and boroughs lead on the planning frameworks, and we need to be working with them really well through things like the Leaders Board to help them put in place the infrastructure they need. So, Mr Chairman, I commend the strategic plan to the Council and hand back to you, Mr Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Philip White, do you wish to second?
Motion, reserve my right to speak later in the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mike Sutherland.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman. I have to say I wanted to briefly comment on 3 areas, but they've already been covered by our leader. But for me personally, when I read through it, much needs to be commended in this report. And the 3 areas that I chose, the first was the families and communities, the completing of the Children's System Transformation Programme. I'm pleased to learn that this has now been done, as it was long overdue. So well done to all the officers and staff involved, and particularly Cabinet Member Mark Sutton for driving this through. My second is the launch of the virtual family hubs during COVID. This was groundbreaking. But I am keen, and not necessarily the answers today, I am keen to learn about the participating numbers across the district and any learnings from outcomes. And my third is Staffordshire Back to Business. This has been an outstanding scheme. It's been a tremendous help and support, and I'll talk personally about across Cannock Chase for the businesses during this critical time, and as we hope, we're now coming out of COVID, and I'm sure the impact of this scheme came across the whole of our other districts and boroughs at the same time. We know we need more. A key driver in our post-COVID recovery means more better paid jobs, improved adult skills, more carbon efficient homes are just a few examples, so that we ultimately all are able to enjoy a thriving, healthier and sustainable community in which we all live. Chairman, I said there's much to commend in this report. I am in support of the strategic plan presented here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Gillian Padesi.
Thank you, Chair. Could I ask, please, under families and communities on the last bullet point, our community managed libraries, Chair, do they have access to the services of a professional librarian and cleaning staff? And secondly, we're told towards the end of this report that we must find different ways to help more people to help themselves and reduce demand for public services. And this theme of making more use of volunteers and expecting less from the council is one that runs through several pages of the documents that we have read. And I'd just like to emphasise, Chair, that the voluntary sector was always meant to complement statutory services, not replace them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Simon Tagg.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to endorse the strategic plan today. I've, with Cabinet colleagues and with our leader, worked over the last few months since the election in May to put this together. And I just look back at the election leaflet that I put out, which the Conservative group put out. We had our plan on the page then, didn't we? And we're delivering on that now in the strategic plan. Over 50 members of this council all stood on a platform of giving Staffordshire's children a good start in life, developing the right skills for Staffordshire's people, supporting our communities, driving economic development and economic growth, investing in infrastructure and supporting our communities and villages, and tackling climate change and building back better. And I think this strategic plan we see today starts to deliver on that. And from my point of view, I've been given the role of the climate change, environment and infrastructure portfolio. And for the first time in this council's history, we have climate change as one of the key priorities right at the top there, central to the plans we're bringing forward. And I completely endorse this plan and wish to see it implemented and will play my part in implementing it.
Thank you. Councillor Victoria Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. Just to answer a couple of those questions, I'd like to confirm that, yes, we do have professional librarians working within our library service. Not everybody that's employed by the library service is a professional librarian, but we do have those, as well as in the cleaning sector as well. We have professionals there too. I'd like to say that we don't expect to remove services from the council per se. I think it's more a question of we like to complement what's already happening and allow local communities to do more for themselves, which is what they want to do. But I think saying that we're actually removing services is not quite accurate. We just want to help people to do more for themselves and to work more autonomously, and just to help them to be able to do that. And VCSE and the voluntary sector plays a great part in that.
Thank you. Councillor Mark Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, everybody. Absolutely endorse this plan and concur with what my colleague Mr Tagg said around our manifesto and now implementing that as a strategic plan. But you won't be surprised that I perhaps want to concentrate on the families aspect of the plan. And what I don't want to do is read things out parrot fashion, but I draw members' attention to our offer for every child and young person to have the best start in life and how important that is going forward with everything. It's really crucial to what we do. It's really crucial if going forward, not just this year, next year, but in 5, 10, 20 years' time, that we've given every child, whatever the background within Staffordshire, that opportunity to progress and succeed. The Children's Transformation System, all the staff changes and all that has been in place since October, so we're in a process now of starting to really embed that and embed the restorative practice way of working, where we work with families to achieve the best outcomes for the children that we are having to support. And one of the main strands of children's transformation has been district leads. So in every district, in every one of your districts, there will be a district lead who is responsible there for all areas of children's services, early help, SEND, safeguarding, and the children that we take into care. And this is a fundamental and key role. Every single one of you will have had the opportunity to meet your district lead. If you were not able to take that up for whatever reason, I would ask that perhaps you make contact with that individual so that you can form that relationship between members and that district lead, because I think that is a good way forward. The bit I spoke about previously, and that's around early years and how essential early years are. That lays the foundation for a lifetime of good health and well-being. We've got a good record around early years and the take-up of early years provision, and that's held out in the good level of development that children at reception age have been reaching 75% in Staffordshire when it was last measured. We'll have to see what impact potentially COVID has had on that, but this plan will build on that going forward, and it's in my plan to be able to enhance what we do around the early years. I absolutely commend this strategic plan today.
Thank you. Councillor Colin Greatrix.
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to comment on a couple of things the leader said. Certainly the simplicity of the plan is to commend it, and also recognising the pressures that exist and realising that they are there. We've got early years issues, as has just been mentioned, adult social care and highways. But I also wanted to talk about something that Councillor Pardisi said in terms of her expression about volunteers should be there to supplement rather than replace public service. I'm very much in favour of the work that the county has done with the voluntary sector, and I've seen some fantastic examples, and I will quote these quite frequently because they are so impressive. I mean, we had the situation where a number of organisations were created by the COVID problems. A number of the people that we funded through our member scheme didn't exist until COVID came along, and we benefited by those organisations that are still there supporting others. Elsewhere in the pack, we've got the reference to the games and getting involved as a volunteer, and I know I volunteered in terms of the Olympic Games when that came along. My wife is involved, already registered for the Birmingham Games, and the fact that those volunteers helped out made a tremendous difference to the success of the Olympic Games, and I'm sure they will with the Commonwealth Games as well. I think the other one that I would mention, and I'll save David Smith's blushes, Councillor David Smith took the Lichfield group of members to a meeting at Shenstone Library, and I'd never been before. Shenstone Library used to be run wholly by the county. It's now wholly run by volunteers, but of course the infrastructure is still there. They still get the books from the county. They've still got all the reference support from the library. They've still got all the systems of booking in and booking out books. But they're 100% run by volunteers, and the library's open more hours and gets more visitors than it ever did before. And I will mention one other bit of volunteering that I've seen. I've been for my jab. I was actually jabbed by the person that you mentioned, the person who's now a dame, was one of the local people who gave me my jab in Lichfield Cathedral. And the number of volunteers that made the vaccine exercise possible was absolutely fantastic. There were GPs there that were doing the necessary work, but the volunteers that were showing people around, lining people up and timing people to leave after they'd had the vaccination was absolutely wonderful to see. So I commend the way that the county works on a number of occasions with volunteers.
Thank you. Councillor Mark Winnington.
Thank you, Chairman. Really pleased to hear that this strategic plan's coming together, and I was particularly pleased that Alan mentioned what we've done so far. Since 2009, when we took control as a Conservative administration, we've worked with South Staffs, with Wolverhampton, with Stoke-on-Trent, with all of the districts to actually deliver I think 300 million pounds worth of projects in that time. And it's great that we're sort of at a point now where we just need to sort of carry on with that work and fly as a county. The reason I stood up, I was particularly interested, paragraph 13 and 16, which mentioned technology. Now, the one thing that we've found or discovered as a legacy from COVID is that there are times when our technology is not perhaps as good as it could be. And I was surprised that some of the places that couldn't actually, where people were having to switch the microphones off or switch the cameras off, weren't just in the rural areas, they were in some of the built-up areas as well. And I think the one thing we can do in terms of levelling up, and I know it's a government policy, but I think it should be a Staffordshire policy as well. And we should be aiming, wherever possible, to level up in terms of provision of broadband, whether it's through 5G or fibre to premise. We've got to have that aspiration, and I've spoken to Simon Tagg about it, and Simon's completely on board, and he's told me some of his plans, but obviously that's for him to take forwards. But it is so important. It's almost, and someone said to me last night, I wish that the money from HS2 was put into fibre, because things have changed. We've just changed from being almost like a hard drive to a soft drive as people. And we need that technology to take us forward. So I'm really pleased it's in here, and anything I can do to help, I'm more than happy to, and I've said that, offered to Simon that, to take this forwards. And it's not just about Staffordshire. We can't be an island. We need to work with Stafford-Trent, with Wolverhampton, everyone else, to make sure we get that spine of technology. So important that we can talk to each other. And obviously I would say it, but while we're doing that, please remember the rural areas, because a lot more people want to live in the rural areas, they want to work in the rural areas, they want to bring technology. There was, just an example, there was a firm in the Moorlands years ago that was actually working with Disney, and they need fibre to premise. These sort of places, people now want to work in the country, they want to live in the country, they want autonomous cars, and they want agriculture and agri-tech. All depends on 5G. So please, one of the pleas for me is, and I will be moaning and groaning about it, please can we have a concentration on rollout of technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Philip Atkins.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I had a good description of that the other day, of what Mark Winnington was talking about. It was poor lip sync of a 1970s Top of the Pops. We were on a national webinar and Teams meeting, and somebody apologised for the fact the movements was behind the words. So it is a widespread one. This is a good document in a changing times. We're all forgetting that COVID has affected the way that we think, do business, live our lives. And, but still, as it says in paragraph 8, a successful but vibrant economy is at the heart of everything. Because without successful business, you can't get taxes, and you can't get taxes to pay for things that we all like. And to underpin that, as it says in paragraph 9, you need great connections, and that's broadband as well as road and rail and all the rest of it. So you really do need that. And also, climate change. But there's a little bit missing in this because, and I do have a personal interest because my farm is between some rivers. Climate change has affected how we work in carbon reductions, but the horse has already bolted from the stable. And if you look at the Penkridge water gauge, you'll see the effects of local planning authorities not looking at how, when estates are built, that water is not retained. When water drops on a field, it takes quite a long time to percolate through to the drains. When it falls on an industrial estate or a housing estate, it goes straight down the drain, straight into the river, and it comes up in a matter of hours rather than days. That leads to floods, either on farmland or houses. So you really do need to think, when you look at this, about how planning needs to change in the future. I know on a personal level, with a development that I did about 30 years ago, I had to prove that I could hold the water on the site because the combined sewer could not take the rainfall of the development. Our health and well-being is affected by many things, and the stress and the worry of all those sorts of things that lead to it. And I think that, and it says in paragraph 15, that we want people to be independent and control of their lives more and likely to enjoy better health and living. There's two aspects to volunteering, I've always thought. One was helping your neighbours, which is neighbourliness, and another is volunteering on a wider scale. And when you organise volunteers, if you're not careful, you end up with an industry which is more about paying the volunteers than it is about achieving the aims. So personal responsibility is key to this, so that we, and answering Councillor Padacey's comment, so that we can look after those who really do need our help. And there are some who really do need our help. I had an email from somebody the other day whose ex-wife was concerning him, actually, in Cannock. And I said, well, the objective is to try and keep people at home for as long as possible. as nobody has a burning ambition to go and live in a residential care home. Well, I haven't come across anybody anyway. And we can't achieve any of our ambitions that we've got without listening to people. And I think on page 36, when it talks about our economy, which underpins everything else that we want in a caring, sharing society, that we want, and it is a changed world. We've all seen massive changes on the high street and the way that we do things in the last couple of years. But people are proud of their town centres and local areas. And I'm really pleased to see developing an east-west strategic corridor, the Midlands, North Midlands Manufacturing Corridor, or as it's called now, the Stoke-on-Trent, Staffordshire, Derby and Derbyshire Levelling Up Plan. This will bring more jobs, Rolls-Royce, all the way across to Bentley, including everybody in between, because one of the things about Brexit is that we've got the opportunity to start exporting across the world our goods and making sure that the Made in Britain stamp is firmly on it. And that will accrue to us in this country and take advantage of getting rid of the rules and regulations that have been bogging this country down. Getting the funding into making sure that we win the money is the key.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Jill Hood.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll begin by saying that my division, Stone Urban, we have a 99% occupancy rate in our high street, which is just phenomenal. And I think the strategic plan actually covers growth. Stone is certainly seeing that. But what I'd like to talk about is there seems to be a lack of mention about mental health. I have found one line, I've looked through, I can't find anything else, which says we should inspire and encourage everyone to look after their physical and mental health, which is at the heart of the ambitions for Staffordshire. And I absolutely agree. But it encompasses so much. The food that we eat, which it points out, the exercise that we take. And Mrs Pardesi mentioned volunteers. I think it's been an incredible lifeline for people to volunteer, which has helped their mental health. Otherwise, they would have been stuck in during lockdown. But what really concerns me, I do volunteer, and Councillor Winton's very proud of me volunteering. He's mentioned it a few times. I see people whose mental health is really suffering. Obviously, I'm not a professional, but I can recognise signs. It's not just someone saying I'm fed up, it's someone who feels absolutely hopeless. And our mental health resources are totally inadequate. Trying to get an appointment for a mental health help in my division is nigh on impossible. We've seen a huge increase in mental health through alcoholism, drug taking, and in particular, gaming. And I was listening to a survey not long ago that says that 24% of young people who have been surveyed actually thought that gaming was physical exercise, which is quite shocking. But alcoholics, drug addicts, which has been on the increase during lockdown, it is, as I've said, virtually impossible to get an appointment. When an appointment is actually given, they're phone assessed, a tick box, which to my mind is disgraceful because they've reached out, they're absolutely desperate. And then what follows is a few visits, then back to the telephone. If they're lucky, they get a telephone call once a month. We really, really need strategically to begin to think about the services that we are providing within the mental health service. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Philip White, do you wish to speak?
Very much, Chair. Yes, so I'll focus my comments on the economy, but just on a couple of the broader points here. it's very important that we recognise that the strategic plan is a moment in time. It is the plan for today, but it also needs to be adaptable for tomorrow. And I think that there have been some interesting points raised in the Chamber about some of the challenges of tomorrow, which I think are fairly well covered in this document. But we do need to continuously review what we're doing as an organisation, so we don't create a plan today and then say, there you go, we're leaving this for 4 years. We constantly review and we adapt and we improve what we're doing, and I think that's really important. On the point that's been raised in a roundabout way about a big state versus a small state, and we've heard an appeal for a bigger state that does more for us, I actually think that people are generally happier in their lives. They are healthier, they are better off if they do more things for themselves and if they have more ownership of the institutions that are involved in their lives. And I think that our strategic plan works very carefully to strike a balance between doing the things that we need to do and doing the things where we can contribute a part to a greater whole, whether that's in partnership with other parts of the public sector or whether that's with the private sector, or indeed empowering and encouraging individuals to do things that they may want to do but just need a helping hand with. That is our proper part, and the things where we do it all should be as few and as far between as possible. And the money that we spend on doing those things should be as little as possible, because the rest of that money belongs in all of our back pockets as taxpayers, not in the state's pocket. So the strategic plan, I think, sets a good balance in that respect. In terms of probably the biggest determinant for most of us of that happy, healthy, successful life, that is being economically secure and being in good employment. And I think that that the work that we've been doing over the last decade or more, and that is continued through this plan, is well thought out in terms of the part that we play. Staffordshire is a popular place for large businesses to come and make their home. We have some of the country's and indeed some of the world's leading businesses in many sectors that make their home here in Staffordshire. And we want to make our place more attractive for more of those businesses to come. But we also need more startups and more businesses that do start up to grow to the next level. And there's a strong focus in the strategic plan on encouraging people to start up new businesses, but also to grow them to the next level, to employ more people, to pay more taxes, to contribute to society and to the well-being of the individuals who work in those businesses. We also need really good infrastructure. And Staffordshire's got a very strong track record in terms of delivering that, and we've heard about some of that today. But I echo Councillor Atkins' comments about the opportunity for corridor developments in Staffordshire. We have a wonderful opportunity along the A50, A500 to connect some of the biggest assets in the country. So the M1 and the M6, the airports at Manchester and East Midlands, the Freeport at East Midlands Airport, the HS2 stations at Crewe and over at Towton near Nottingham, and some of the world's leading manufacturers and innovators, particularly in energy, particularly in hydrogen, along that corridor. And government needs to pay attention to the opportunities along that corridor and work with us and other authorities and businesses to help develop that. But also the A38, another key connector between Birmingham and the Great East Midlands cities that sits within our county and is in need of investment. And we'll be making those cases through the strategic plan. So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. It's a well thought out, balanced plan. It does what it needs to do. It doesn't try to do things that are better done by others. And I commend it to you all. Thank you.
Councillor Alan White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to everybody for their contributions to the conversation this morning. It is not down to the Cabinet to deliver this plan. It's not down to just us in this chamber to deliver this plan. It's down to the 880,000 people that live in this wonderful county of Staffordshire to help us deliver this plan. But we will need to be held to account. And I look to the chairs of the Overview and Scrutiny Committees, Councillor Greatrix, Councillor Clements, Councillor Pert and Councillor Spencer, to hold us to account for those priorities that we have set out. But scrutiny isn't just looking back at what we've done. There's also an overview component to it, looking forward to the challenges that we face, and we look to you as councillors to help us address those challenges and pick up any gaps that may come up during the journey. We do recognise the challenge of mental health. Councillor Anne Edgeler reminds me about it, I think 2 to 3 times a week as our mental health champion for Staffordshire County Council. It is a vitally important component, but as Councillor Philip White said, getting a good job plays a very important role in having good mental health outcomes. We are addressing the emotional well-being of children. It is set out on our plan on page 40, second bullet point down, and that is in our minds all the time. I just wanted to touch base on one area I raised during the course of my initial presentation, that was the family hubs. And during the course of my presentation, I got a little note through to say that 1 million people have been reached through social media and over 100,000 had support through vouchers. That's using technology, social media, to reach out to those people who need help. So we are moving in the right direction. We welcome being held to account, and we look to all of you in this chamber to look forward and help us identify those gaps, particularly through the overview process, where the innovation can take place and we can try out new ideas and new solutions so this plan can be really effective over the next 4-year period. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the recommendation contained in the report be approved. Is that agreed? Thank you. Item 6, Medium-Term Financial Strategy, 2020 to 2025, and 2022-2023 Budget and Council Tax. At the end of the debate, in accordance with statutory regulations, I propose to take a name vote on the recommendations before the Council. Members are reminded that under Section 106 of the Local Government Finance Act 1992, if they are 2 months or more in arrears with their council tax, it is an offence for them to vote on the budget. Members are also required to disclose at the meeting the fact that this section applies to them. Councillor Alan White, will you move the consideration of the report, please?
Mr. Chairman, I most certainly will move consideration of the report. To the sharp-eyed amongst you, you will notice that I am not Councillor Parry. Be gentle. Wait. That was a low blow, Councillor Francis. Ready? Strap in. Here we go. I'm proud to stand here today to present the medium-term financial strategy for the next 5 years and the budget for the financial year 22-23. Proud because in the face of all the challenges and uncertainties of recent years, Staffordshire County Council remains a financially stable authority with a balanced budget and able to invest in the long term and prosperity of our residents, while supporting those in need today and tomorrow. We know that the one fundamental area that underpins all our work as we look to move forward from the pandemic is the success of Staffordshire's economy. Creating the right conditions for growth and job creation will mean more money in residents' pockets, provide more opportunities for them to lead the lives they want, and put less reliance on the public sector, so we can target our resources where they are needed most. Since 2014, the Council's £390 million economic growth programme, I'm going to say that again, okay? The Council's £390 million economic growth programme has delivered more than 10,000 jobs. Consequently, the claimant count in Staffordshire remains lower than the regional and national averages, and we continue to lay the physical and digital foundations for future success. Mr. Chairman, in the next year, we will oversee more than £350 million of investment in the county. Investment ranging from business development, skills training, and town centre regeneration projects in partnership with our district and borough colleagues, to additional road repairs, school expansion, and preparation for the next generation broadband. In the year ahead, work is scheduled to begin on the Chatterley Valley West employment site in Newcastle, which will eventually create up to 1,700 jobs. And work continues on the Pets at Home national headquarters in Stafford, the I-54 South Staffordshire extension, all creating jobs for residents, while at the same time we will begin to feel the benefits of the newly opened £17.4 million Lichfield bypass and the £63 million Stafford Western Access route, which I know Councillor Winnington tussled with over many years, as they reduce congestion and open land for 3,500 homes to be built. And as well as investing in the economy for Staffordshire and its people, there are also around £40 million in public health programmes which will include treating drug and alcohol addiction, helping hundreds of people lose weight before they contract diabetes, supporting young people's mental well-being and maintaining people's good health for longer in later life. Our focus remains on encouraging our residents to live independent lives supported by their communities wherever possible, which is why we continue to support the voluntary sector and communities' abilities to support themselves. Other highlights in this year's investment in Staffordshire includes £18 million on new and expanded school buildings, £1 million preparing for the arrival of gigabit broadband, £44 million on highways investment, £6 million to tackle ill health caused by cold homes, £5.4 million for moving forward to net zero, plus the ongoing installation of 42,000 energy-efficient LED streetlights, a further £500,000 for supporting existing small businesses and helping new ones to start up, and working jointly with counties, districts and boroughs, £6 million of support apprenticeship and training provision, start-up support and financial support for small business. A huge package investment across this county. Mr. Chairman, as well as investing in the future, we are also investing a great deal in those who need our support now. Almost 2/3 of our budget will be spent on next year on the provision of social care for vulnerable adults and children. This is essential work. However, even when working innovatively and collaboratively where possible, the size of the responsibility is huge. The government's planned increase in national insurance is intended to support social care, but in the short term, that money is being used for the NHS. So for the time being, the council must carry on funding such care from council tax. We are also very aware that the government's plans for adult social care reforms, including the £86,000 individual care cap, mean that in the future, more people will be eligible for care to be funded by the council, and there will be higher costs from providers. Not only do we need a long-term solution for this issue, but a settlement spanning several years, rather than just 12 months at a time, which I think is a little regrettable under the circumstances. This would let us plan for the future and share our long-term thinking with residents. Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, we follow the principle that every pound must be spent wisely for the benefit of residents, and with that in mind, I bring forward these proposals, which build upon previous successes to sustain Staffordshire's recovery from the pandemic. Mr. Chairman, I so move.
Thank you. Councillor Francis, I know your comments were said in humour, but as Councillor Parry's not in attendance, would you care to withdraw those comments, please? Thank you. Councillor White, would you like to second the...
There we go. Thank you, Chairman. I second the motion. I'll reserve my right to speak later in the debate.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Charlotte Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to congratulate officers for skillfully putting together a balanced annual budget. But that is in the face of a government that has totally failed this council and its residents. Of course, the Prime Minister has a lot on his mind, his survival rather than that of our local councils. Staffordshire is one of the most underfunded local authorities in England, yet after waiting years for the Fair Funding Review, it seems no closer to delivery. Even an interim measure proposed by this council and others to introduce a funding floor for councils like Staffordshire is just a forlorn hope at the moment. As for the Levelling Up White Paper, it's not a plan with policies and funding that will truly rebalance the UK or transform the prospects of those areas shut out of prosperity for so long. Many may think that the Social Care White Paper has resolved the social care issues. Nothing could be further from the truth. It does nothing to restore the staffing crisis or the fragility of the care market and puts additional administrative and financial burdens onto the County Council. There is, of course, no guarantee that the government will meet the additional costs with extra funding. Then, to add insult to injury, our residents are being asked to pay twice for social care. Once with the 1% social care levy, and secondly with the national insurance hike. Of course, the lion's share of this money from the levy will of course go to the NHS, and we know from the past Better Care Fund how difficult it is to extract money from the NHS for social care. So, unfortunately, even with the money to the NHS, people could be waiting a very long time for their operations. The County Council is supposed to provide a safety net, but that safety net is increasingly becoming ragged. On top of the 2.99% increase in council tax, residents are facing a 7% inflation rate by April, while benefits are only going up 3%. So that's a massive 4% gap with an unprecedented £700 energy price hike as well from April. The Chancellor has offered a council tax rebate, which is not targeted at those of greatest need, and a £200 loan, which gambles on energy prices falling in the future. This will barely touch the sides for the most vulnerable families amidst the rising cost of living and welfare cuts. Age Concern has already reported people too worried to use their heating, their oven, and their hot water. That could have a devastating impact on the health of older people, on disabled people, and those living in poorly insulated old housing stock, of which we have much within Staffordshire. What makes it worse is that 2 out of 5 pensioners entitled to pension credit aren't receiving it, losing an average of £32 a week. Around 14% of pensioners should be getting housing benefit, but they're not receiving that either. So billions goes unclaimed. During this cost of living crisis, it's vital that low-income families get the advice they need to identify and claim the benefits to which they're entitled. Years ago, this county council withdrew funds for free face-to-face advice services, such as Citizens Advice Bureau. CABs have a proven track record of bringing additional income into low-income families and into communities. It's vital that the County Council restores funding to such agencies so they have the resources to train and equip volunteers to deliver this financial lifeline to vulnerable residents who are faced now with a choice of heating or eating. How a society treats its most vulnerable is always the measure of its humanity. We must act now to get people through the worst cost of living crisis for 30 years. The failure of the government to adequately fund social care, and indeed the NHS, with the inevitable knock-on effects for the county council services, does not just affect those people who are in the sort of social care world. With 2/3 of the county's budget taken up by social care, everything else is squeezed. It's bound to be squeezed. And the most really visibly obvious is, of course, highways. Our roads are plagued by potholes. Yet, unbelievably, the government has delivered a 25% cut in the highways grant. How does that make sense? Our residents are being asked to pay more to get much less. So therefore, unfortunately, I don't and I can't support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Julian Padesi.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, to say, Chair, that I am totally aware of the crucial role that our volunteers play in our communities, and I in no way undermine that. I cannot help, though, being suspicious, as I said, of the constant references in these documents of building up the use of volunteers.
Mrs. Badesi, we've moved on from that topic. Unless it's
Chair,
no, no, please listen
relevant.
one moment. Please listen one moment. Unless what you're going to go on is related to the budget.
Yes,
okay.
Chair, it is. And I'm also suspicious of the fact that so much praise is being bestowed on volunteers this morning. Is it because, Chair, quite clearly on page 58, paragraph 54, it states options to severely restrict or even stop providing some services is being considered by this council. Maybe that's why there is the emphasis on the use of volunteers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Saeed Hussain.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to thank Cabinet Member Mr. Mike Sutherland for giving us the report in advance, and also the Treasurer of the county, Mr. Rob Salmon, for arranging the necessary briefing for the MTFS and giving us the valuable insight and advice whenever needed. Mr. Chairman, our leader, Mrs. Charlotte Atkins, rightly pointed the existing problem of the families, the choice between eating and heating. This is the reality, Mr. Chairman. While the increased energy cost is 54% in the UK, but in France, it's only 4% increase. The tax-free income allowance has been frozen, while the insurance levy has been raised. With reference to page 52, para 17 and 18, the Bank of England predicted that inflation would be 2%, but in actuality, it was 5.1%. With inflation currently forecast to well over 7.4%. Furthermore, Mr. Chairman, residents had seen at least a £135 increase prior to December in their energy cost. With reference to page 113, paragraph 21, appendix 9B, when the base rate was raised from 0.1% to 0.25%, and in last week, the governor of Bank of England confirmed it would be 0.5%, and it's going up. Mr. Chairman, in accordance with the page 61, paragraph 66, an additional 2.99% in the council tax. I can see people who live in the terrace house in my divisions, they will get the hardest hit. People are struggling to make ends meet. Can I urge the council to look into this matter? And we are still in the recovery stage, Mr. Chairman, to think about before they put forward this proposal of increasing council tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Julia Jessel, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. In terms of some of Councillor Charlotte Atkins' comments, I agree, which is with regards to the fair funding review. And I think everybody in this chamber would wish that in the future that issue, and it's a thorny issue, been around for a long time, whether it's relative to education, social care or our general funding. But of course we always have to remember that what we may get as extra, other authorities will probably have their funding cut. But I do agree with that, and as the leader has quite rightly said, we would welcome a longer term settlement, preferably 3 years. That enables us to plan and to spend taxpayers' money in the most effective way. I'm afraid beyond that, our level of agreement finishes. Councillor Atkins has criticised the fact that our council tax is going up, that there's a social care levy, and that there's a national insurance increase. I don't like to see taxes going up, but I recognise that in the last 2 years, this country this global economy has gone through unprecedented damaging changes. We've had tremendous support from a Conservative government that have handed grants, support to individuals. The dreadful predictions about huge levels of unemployment have not come to pass. And when we're talking about mental health, being unemployed is almost a guarantee to poor mental health. Government has supported industries across the board so that they've been able to maintain a reasonable level of activity and survive. That has to be paid back, I'm afraid, and I think the great British public realise that. But in terms of saying, reconsider putting up council tax, but on the other hand, you're wanting to increase our expenditure to support citizens' advice bureaus, to add more support here, to add more support there. To cut it bluntly, you can't have your cake and eat it. Everything has to be paid for. What we pledged as a Conservative administration here, and as Councillor Tagg rightly reminded us, we put in our election leaflet, is actually to run an efficient authority that provides timely support to those who really need it, and to help the voluntary sector. Now, to me, volunteering is me, informally, helping my neighbours. You don't have to be part of a formal voluntary sector group. It's those small bits of, I think it was referred to, neighbourliness. We talk a lot about sustainable environment. Sustainability is one of the buzzwords, isn't it, of this decade. But we need to help to build a sustainable communities, because in that way, people's mental health, their general physical health is so much better. We all want to live active, independent lives for as long as we can. And to do that, people have to be engaged with their friends, their family, their neighbour and their communities. And that's what we're helping to support. What I don't want to see, and I know my colleague here on my right, Councillor McMahon, doesn't want to see the lower levels of mental health over-medicalised. Popping tablets is not the solution. So what we're trying to achieve is giving rapid assessment and the support for those who genuinely need it and who always need it, but actually help our communities, help themselves, help people to live happy, active and healthy lives. Thank you, Chair.
Well said. Thank you. We still have 9 speakers to speak on this topic, so if speakers could please remain succinct and no repetition, please. Councillor Mark Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been interesting to listen to this, and for a moment, when the Leader of the Opposition was speaking, I wondered whether we were actually in Parliament, because she's taken the opportunity to bash the government, which is obviously her prerogative. But I think I remind members and speak for most members here that we are here to try and do our very best for the residents of Staffordshire. With what we've got, and I think this budget absolutely does that. And again, I would remind Mrs Atkins that since the inception of the National Health Service, that social care and how it's provided has always been a little bit of an issue. And whether this current government has got it right or not, they are the first government since then to try and do something about it. Every other government of whichever colour has put it on the back burner, and this is the first government to make an effort to try and do something about it. And the opposition can't support the budget that we've put forward. But I've had a look through the document and I can't see any alternative budget. So it's fine objecting to something, but really if you object to something, you need to put an alternative, and I see absolutely nothing. And I can't leave this without just mentioning a very small amount about volunteers. I volunteer and have done at the library in Brood since it's been community managed. My wife is the coordinator there, and I'll happily at any stage sit down with Mrs Bardesi and talk about the benefits to the volunteers themselves and to the community that has done over the last 6 and a bit years. Thank you, Mr Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor John Francis.
Thank you, Chairman. This council has got a massive juggling act to do with the amount of money that's now available. And I commend exactly what Mark's just said about our government. This is the first government that I've known that's actually dared to tackle the social care and health thing. And this raising of NI is the way to do it. In my view, it should have been part of the social care, should be part of the NHS anyway. Although it isn't at the minute, that might come in the future. And the MTFS here is a good document. We've got everything spelled out in detail. It's no good the opposition, as Mark's quite rightly pointed out, having a go at it when they've got no alternative plan. So that's number one. And all the time I've been on this county council, I've never put forward an alternative budget. So that will lay that to rest. The one thing that I have reservations about this national insurance increase is that when the money goes into a big black hole called the NHS, it disappears. Because the NHS is like a sponge. It soaks up that much money. It's really unbelievable. And I think, personally, that the NHS needs total reform from top to bottom, particularly at the top and middle management, but that's another issue. I would like the guarantee that this NI money that's going to be raised in the next few years is actually going to go into social care via the people who know where to put it, which is us. We know exactly in our communities where social care and health, and particularly mental health, is needed money-wise. So the money should come down to a tier council like ours for distribution, and we need to make sure and write to the ministers in question and the government that we get that reassurance. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor David Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, with my portfolio as highways and transport, it's always been an issue with the fact that government's reduction in funding has always been an issue. The fact that the materials have gone up by 20% for what we can't achieve and what we can't do. However, when we're looking at it from this Conservative administration, what we're going to do, and as is noted in the previous item, we're investing £15.5 million into highways. As part of that, that is to begin the start of a journey to change the way that we deliver highways, to make it more efficient, to make it more effective, to ensure that when people need to speak to us, it's more inclusive rather than exclusive, that people will get much better responses from our highways officers and information about what's going on in their area. Members' issues that they bring to their highways teams will be dealt with as priorities, and they will be deciding with the teams out there what the priorities are for those areas, and those will be the ones that we will be addressing. We're starting an issue, starting a journey here, and it is going to be a long journey, but it's going to be a really exciting journey. And it is strange that the opposition seems to keep saying that we shouldn't put the council tax up, and we should do more and more and more and more. With what? Where's the money coming from? As I say, 20% more increase on materials. We need that money to be able to do work. We need our money to be able to actually pay for the right types of technology to be able to address the road issues, do more, and that's what this Conservative administration have done. They have tasked me, and they continue to task me, to prove what we will do and to ensure that we will do it more effectively. And this £15.5 million that this administration is investing is prudent, it's within the budget, it doesn't mean that we can't afford it, and it is mostly effective for our communities. It's a massive change in the way that we work, and it will work, and it is a prudent and most effective MTFS, and it's a shame really that the opposition can't see that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Victoria Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I think I'd like to associate myself with some of the comments made by my colleagues, absolutely. I'm really disappointed to hear that my colleague over there is suspicious of the work that we're doing with our volunteer service, because the voluntary service in this county is like gold. I wouldn't be knocking them. In fact, I think the CAB, which the Leader of the Opposition has alluded to, yes, that's possibly in decline in some areas, but our library service is incredible in the sense that the volunteers in the libraries are able to offer practical advice to all people that walk in through the door. Don't be suspicious of our volunteers. I'd be more suspicious in finding out why somebody comes to me with a problem but doesn't offer an alternative solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mike Sutherland.
Thank you, Chair, and it would be remiss of me if I didn't say anything. And I do thank Councillor Hussain for his thanks. Regrettably, I can accept them, if you allow me to backdate them, to 2018, 2019, 2020 and 2021. So I'll accept your thanks for those. I can't for this year, but I do join you in thanking Rob Salmons and the Cabinet for this year's good, balanced budget. And it is disappointing. We have working parties and scrutinies, and I think that in particular this element of our council business is well scrutinised, and the amount of energy and time that goes into it. And we as members do owe it to ourselves and our electorate to get the best for Staffordshire. So not voting, for me, is very shameful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Mark DeVille.
Chairman, thank you. I think Mr Sutherland and Mrs Jessel absolutely nailed the financial situation, Chairman, didn't they? Everything's got to be paid for, and there aren't any of these fantastic money trees growing, certainly not in the moorlands anyway. You're right, Mr Sutherland. This is a solid report. This is a solid report and a balanced budget. And I thank all of the officers and the Cabinet member, Mr White, for bringing that to Council this morning. I massively regret that the three Labour members opposite are so downbeat about our great county. Mr Chairman, over the past 2 years, the most difficult period of all of our lives, I'll tell you what people want to hear. They don't want to hear pessimism and downbeat speeches. They need optimism and they need ambition. People want us to move forward. And people, Mr Chairman, within our area massively appreciate the fact that Staffordshire County Council are getting on with the business. Regardless of what's happening in national government, we get on with the business. We've provided a solid foundation of finances for moving forward, and we're going to get on with the job. The financial strategy that Mr White presented, and indeed the corporate plan, is ambitious, and it is upbeat, and that's what people want to hear, Mr Chairman. Right across this county, we're seeing massive projects that Mr White spoke of earlier. Projects that enhance people's lives. That's what people are bothered about. They're not bothered about what's going on in Downing Street. They're bothered about what we provide to the people that we represent. We'll continue to do that, Mr Chairman. We'll continue to give all of our taxpayers the very best value for money, and we'll continue to look after people who need it most. And I wholeheartedly support this item on the agenda, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Mark Whittington.
Thank you, Chairman. Before I start on my main point, I must say I'm sad, but not surprised at some of the comments that have come from Councillor Pardesi about volunteers. If she doesn't know how important they are to the county and how important the county are to those volunteers, the great work they do, the work they've done in libraries, in the vaccination centres, whatever else, it's a sad indictment of the thoughts that come from Councillor Pardesi. We really should be just standing here saying thank you. Really simple. Litter pickers as well. Just very. Could I put an interest in as a director, non-executive director of Nexus Cares before I say my next statement, please? In terms of this report, really good, brilliant. We're just talking about the negative stuff. I mean, just pulling out page 85. Estimated additional funding to pay care providers at a fair rate. That's good. That's brilliant. We know we've got to look after our older people. We know that we've got some brilliant carers out there. Let's make sure that they are funded properly. And that's in here, and that's really important. Just a quick one for me, and apologies for asking it when the Cabinet member's not here, but there's two lines there, one for £1.4 million towards it, one for £2.8 million towards it. So somewhere close to £3 million. £3 million to make sure our carers and our care system works. That's not been picked up by Labour. But just that £3 million, why is it on two lines? I could have a written answer another time. Page 85, the first two lines. But also, it's showing that right the way through to 2027. Is that an additional £3 million every year? Because if so, that's a brilliant message as we go forwards. 4.2 million. Sorry, apologies. I'm a poor farmer. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Ross Ward.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to extend a hand of friendship to Councillor Pardesi. I'd love you to join me. I'll pick you up and I'll take you to visit the Blythebridge Library in my ward, the Werrington Library and Wellbeing Centre, so you can better understand the importance of volunteering and the positive impacts it has in my division and the people there. We talk about mental health, we talk about physical health, loneliness crisis. These are all dealt with and vastly improved in my division by people that volunteer. And I think the suggestion that we're somehow overpraising our volunteers is disingenuous, and it's not a pleasant thing to say. And I just feel that maybe you don't quite understand how important this is, and that it's not something that this council is somehow abusing and using as a resource. It's working with these volunteer groups to maximise the impacts that they have across not just my division, but the whole of the county. Just coming on to the issue of the not supporting the budget, every year I see a budget come along at district and county, and every year there's always some technical reason to object to it or to abstain from it, but there's never, ever an alternative proposed for us to look at and to accept as a possible different way of approaching this. Now imagine, for example, today if Charlotte Atkins, Councillor Atkins, had persuaded more than half of us today that actually, yes, we should vote down this budget. Where would we be? Because there's no alternative. And we have a legal obligation and a moral obligation to provide a balanced budget in this authority. So if we all agree, let's all put our hands up and vote against it. What are we going to do? What is the alternative? There's a real dissonance in the position from the opposition. I fully understand the cost of living crisis. It is important. It's a real problem. We are facing real difficulties with this. But I would remind you, the 7% inflation that we're all staring down the barrel at, this authority will also face those inflationary pressures. Our partners and our service providers will also be under those financial pressures. The dissonance is that the implication is we should use less volunteers, we should not raise the council tax by 2.99%, but somehow have more services out there. It's just impossible. So if you can't vote for this today, it's immoral. If you do not vote to support this without any alternative, to me, it's immoral. I fully support Councillor Sutton's words before. So please join me to come and see the volunteers. They'd love to meet you and give you some positive feedback. And really think hard about whether you're going to vote against this publicly without an alternative. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Ross Ward, can I just say that when I was the opposition leader at Cannock District Council for 7 years, I put in an alternative budget. You can't object unless you put an alternative in. Councillor Philip Atkins.
Yeah, just a minute. Oh, dear. Yeah, no repetition and no hesitation. Alternate budget, none. Community impact assessment is where you can make your position known and mitigation put in to help services that have to change. That matter is always the same. Services have to change and the way that we deliver them. We can't go on as in the same old way. The government has made an effort to correct the social services care budget dilemma with national insurance and also the cap on your home. It's a complex argument. The County Council network has been putting forward green papers over the years to make sure that help us through that. And we fudged it. The cost of living crisis, governments have fudged it, including the one that the leader of the opposition was in the early part of this century. The cost of living and the energy crisis was because we fudged it. We cancelled a lot of the nuclear power stations and everything, and the gas exploration. We need to transition. But the cost of living will go up. It is a correction that has been a long time coming. When Alistair Darling brought in quantitative easing in 2008, all that's done is increase property prices, house prices, and we've all got addicted to it. It's not easy coming off an addiction. It's a change. It's a massive correction, and it's coming. Interestingly, this budget is a good budget. It sets out where we are and where we're going to go, and also it maintains Staffordshire's stance of one of the lowest county council taxes in the country, as we still believe our residents know how to spend their money better than the public sector does in many occasions. John Francis mentioned the National Health Service. They'd only work on a lurching annual budget process. We have to show what we're doing over 3 to 5 years. This is a good, balanced, medium-term budget. There is a lot that the National Health Service could learn from Staffordshire County Council finances.
Thank you. Councillor Philip White.
Thank you very much, Chair. A person asked an opposition councillor for directions to the council chamber, and the answer they got back was, well, I wouldn't start from here. And that's the business of being in opposition, isn't it? You will always say, well, I wouldn't start from here. But I'd like to harness a little bit of Councillor DeVille's positivity, and I noticed that the sunlight started shining into the chamber as he spoke. I think that we can feel satisfied here in Staffordshire that in delivering our responsibility, which is a good and balanced budget that delivers on the priorities of our citizens, we have done a good job here. We have a very strong budget, working with the finances that we have available to us and delivering the things that we need to do, but not just delivering them to the bare minimum, delivering them in a good way, delivering the positive outcomes that our citizens want, and also delivering on opportunities for them. It is a strong budget. It's a budget we can all feel proud to vote for, and I commend it to you all, and I will most certainly be supporting it in a moment or two.
Thank you. Council Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been, many of the issues have been dealt with by my colleagues. I don't intend to rehearse those again. Just to Councillor Winnington's point, the two lines you were referring to, one is for home care and one is for residential care. Those two are two different things. And to Councillor Atkins' point, thank you very much indeed, Councillor Atkins, for reminding us about how low we are as a council tax. We are actually the 5th lowest charging authority in county council authority in England. A proud record that we have, for sure. Let us be clear in this chamber. Nobody who votes for this budget this morning does so lightly. It is a heavy responsibility we bear to take taxes from people to fund services. A very heavy responsibility indeed. And in my nearly 20 years of being a district councillor and my 12 years here, I have never ever undertaken that duty lightly at all. We do so in all seriousness. We do so knowing the consequences on the household income of the houses that are affected by our decision. But we always make sure we spend that money wisely and we never waste a single penny of their money. You have our assurance on that. To Councillor Abrahams, this is your first budget meeting. I hope you've taken advice from the right people about which way to vote first, because you're first on the list, old chap.
Thank you. Okay, folks, councillors, I will now ask the Chief Executive to take a name vote on the recommendations before the Council. I would once again remind members that under Section 106 of the Local Government Finance Act 1992, if they are 2 months or more in arrears with the council tax, it is an offence for them to vote on the budget. Members are also reminded to disclose at this meeting, the fact that this section applies to them. Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Chairman. If members could answer for or against the recommendations when I call your name. Thank you. Jack Abrahams. Arshad Afsar. Charlotte Atkins. Philip Atkins. Jill Burnett. Tina Clements. Mike Davies. Mark DeVille. Janet Eagland. Anne Edgler. Keith Flunder. Richard Ford. John Francis. Colin Greatorix. Philippa Hayden. Jill Heath. Phil Hewitt. Jill Hood. Derek Huckfield. Philip Hudson. Saeed Hussain. Graham Hutton. Julia Jessel. Jason Jones. Peter Krushkonjic. Johnny McMahon. Paul Northcott. Jeremy Oates. Gillian Pardisi. Kath Perry. Jeremy Pert. Bernard Peters. Jonathan Price. Robert Pritchard. James Salisbury. Janice Sylvester Hall. David Smith. Paul Snape. Robert Spencer. Mike Sutherland. Mark Sutton. Stephen Sweeney. Simon Tagg. Samantha Thompson. Carolyn Trowbridge. Ross Ward. Jill Waring. Alan White. Philip White. Mike Wilcox. Connor Wileman. Ian Wilkes. Bernard Williams. David Williams. Victoria Wilson. Mark Winnington. Mike Worthington. Where did you get it?
Maths is not my strong suit.
So it's definitely 4 against.
I don't think we'll need the chairman's casting vote.
Mr. Chairman, the result of the vote is 453 against 4.
So, that's not something. Okay, that's, everyone is in favour. They've just said what they say. We're now going to take a short recess for 15 minutes. If everybody can please be back at 1 minute to 12, and we'll restart at 12 o'clock. Can you please take your seats? I'd like to try and go as far through it as we can. I mean, yeah, it really would, yeah. Because okay, shut the door, can you go behind? Sort of, sorry. Just. We learn. Thanks, Mike. We learn. Welcome back, everybody. Very close to the time. Councillor Alan White, will you move consideration of the statement, your statement, please?
Mr. Chairman, I move consideration of the Leader's statement.
Statement of Lead the Council, VCSE Capacity Building Recommission. Councillor Mark Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And here we are talking about volunteers again within Staffordshire, and all the benefit it brings and how this particular contract has helped and assisted that. But I just wanted to speak particularly about the section around the youth part of this, and this contract includes that as well, and it was responsible for building considerably the number of activities that young people within this county participate on. And can I make particular reference to one such club that has recently opened in my patch in Bishop's Wood, which is run by volunteers. The opening of the club and the volunteers there were supported through this contract to ensure that what they were providing was right and they complied with all the rules and regulations that are required, particularly around safeguarding of young people. And it was helped as well with a little bit of funding to continue through COVID from my members' fund. It's also responsible for the continuation of the Bremen Peace and Reconciliation event involving young people from Staffordshire and Germany. An annual event centred around the German War Cemetery on Cannock Chase. And God willing, and hopefully that we will be able to have that event this year actually in real life, and take this opportunity now to invite any members to come along to that. There is a friendship evening that's held as part of that, and all councillors are welcome to come along to that. So this contract has been immensely beneficial to Staffordshire, not just around young people, in other areas, and sure the Cabinet member will talk about that. So this is great news that we're looking and making sure that this can deliver going forward in coming years. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Hussain, did you wish to speak because your light's gone off? Sorry.
It's working. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I remember the day when we were in a height of the pandemic. Every day, almost, wanted to deal with these funerals and bodies. I came across on my local voluntary community center. The day before his father's funeral day, the leader of the council came in and see what a tremendous work going on with the volunteers in our area. We contained it, we are still fighting for it, and we know we can win it. This is the volunteers' effort. And this side, and I'm sure every member of this chamber can echo and pass our gratitude to those selfless people who are serving in our community. And we owe a huge degree of gratitude to them for their selfless effort. Mr. Chairman, the volunteers, community, and social entrepreneur sectors in the county will benefit from this endeavor, this proposed new contract, the renewal. As a result, both formal and informal obligation will be reinforced, such as working with local councils, NHS, and elected officials. Among others, the designated representative encouraged small organizations such as my local community center, Uxbridge Street Community Center, Love and Inspiration Foundations, Winshill Neighborhood Centers, and many more in our town and across the county as a whole. So I wholeheartedly welcome this renewal of this contract, and yet again, I would like to pass our sincere comments, and I laud their effort for our community. Without them, it would have been a different picture on the day. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Johnny McMahon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the eye of the storm, as Councillor Hussain has quite rightly pointed out, in the middle of the pandemic, our voluntary sector, our local voluntary sector, was simply outstanding. In fact, there aren't words to describe how great they were in helping us all and the most needy to get through this terrible time. And the voluntary sector and volunteers contribute to a virtuous circle all the way up. It helps those who are in desperate need, and those who volunteer are also helped. It improves their mental health, it improves their morale, it improves their well-being. It's one of the 5 ways of well-being as outlined in the Mental Health Foundation. A healthy voluntary sector leads to better morale and a more robust community, and that's what we're seeing. And I really thank the portfolio holder for continuing with this and supporting the voluntary sector. It's crucial. Coming out of COVID, to deal with the isolation brought on by fear of the virus and by the government restrictions, this sector is more important than ever. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Victoria Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman. There's been a lot said this morning, hasn't there? All through the morning, the work that the great voluntary groups do in this county. It's the thread that runs all the way through everything we do. And I'd love to commend all of the voluntary groups in this county for everything that they've done, obviously during the COVID pandemic and beyond. We are renegotiating our contract for VCSE. We want to work in tandem with them, providing brilliant services to those who need it most. Not much else I want to say, but just a really, really positive thing. I look forward to working closely with them.
Thank you. No, I know, no, too late. Item 2, Burton Town deal, proposed library move. Mrs. Victoria Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman. As part of the regeneration of Burton, our library service is being proposed for relocation to the current Market Hall. If this plan goes ahead, as determined by East Staffs Borough Council, it will see a renewed, vibrant and invigorated market square for Burton. The discussions around the move have been far and wide within Burton and Staffordshire County Council and the Borough Council. Sometimes it's hard to see how a proposal like this will have a positive effect on the community and economy of an area, but all due diligence has been undertaken by Staffordshire County Council, including an extremely robust consultation which included engagement with library users, public meetings and so on. Now it's up to East Staffs Borough Council to determine whether or not it will be going ahead with the plan, and I look forward to hearing towards the end of this month what the outcome is. Now this is a really exciting time for Burton, as it is for other towns in Staffordshire where regeneration is taking place, and I'd really like to congratulate our Deputy Leader, Councillor White, for all that he's doing to regenerate our towns in the county. Lots of tough decisions have had to be made to get us to this point, but this is really positive innovation and future-proofing going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Saeed Hussain, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chairman, can I draw your attention on page 27, paragraph 17, which says, quote, "We cannot achieve our ambitions without listening to and working with our communities." In this project, Mr. Chairman, 77% on the consultation report from Burton residents, they said they don't want it. They don't want it. And can I ask the cabinet to tell that the reason behind it, you are spending nearly £10 million for the whole project and saving only 250 years of the distance. And the present library itself is fully functioning and one of the most successful libraries in the whole country. And when the cabinet authorized the library move in December, it said that any shortage would have to be covered by the town deal board or outside sources. The Borough Councils recently revealed documents indicating that the £1 million funding gaps from the cancelled footbridge project had been found. However, now that the Market Hall has been classified as a listed building recently, there might be a further shortage. Who will foot the bill for that? Furthermore, given the listing, it highlights the issue of whether a 21st century library, which is quite successful and well used, and offices can be constructed in the building with all of these limits and restrictions. It really, in a time to consider refurbishing the current, it is the time to consider to refurbish the existing library, Mr. Chairman. I would always say to my colleagues and others as well, an honest disagreement is a sign of progress, Mr. Chairman. And we can see the residents, they don't want it at all. Leave the library at its own place, leave us alone, and give us the investment so that we can make a waterfront library. And more than anything also, Chairman, because of this move, the existing market traders, there are so many women entrepreneurs as well, they will be out of business, they will lose their livelihood. No one has checked their balance book, how much they're making, whether they are in losing concern. They're surviving in there, Mr. Chairman. I cannot just see why is there any justifications to spend that amount of money. And ironically, County Council is only spending nearly 1 point something million in there. The rest of the money is coming from our town deal board and the borough council itself. And most cases, even if you do this move, it will be a relocations of various offices of the councils. But in simple term, it shows it's not a regenerations, it's a simple relocations with a downsized library. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I hope, and I reiterate again, an honest disagreement is a sign of progress and nothing personal. Whatever going on in the social media or print media, we know. And also, Mr. Chairman, whenever this topic comes in this chamber or outside, we respectfully enjoy this debate, and we have a mutual respect in our colleague. And after this meeting and every meeting, we say each other, nothing personal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Connor Wildman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to point colleagues, and first of all, say that Councillor Hussain made some very good points. I don't want to repeat what he has said, but I also want to say that I support him in his concerns about the library and Market Hall project. Effectively, what it does is it moves a library which currently exists into an indoor Market Hall, which would then mean that the Market Hall and the fact that it's an event space would not be able to take place in future. In my view, there is no additionality in the plans, and therefore it seems unadvisable to be spending what is around £9 to £10 million on this project going forward. I want to point members to the Staffordshire County Council Strategic Plan 2022 to 2026, which we've all voted upon, and I very much support that plan. And it says, we cannot achieve our ambitions without listening to and working with our communities, partners, and businesses. Now, if we look at the leader's statement, what it says is that a public consultation was conducted, and closing on the 10th of September, 77% of residents indicated that they are opposed to the move. 74% disagree that the move will generate additional footfall in the marketplace, and 66% disagree that the move will safeguard the future of the Market Hall. That was a consultation that was taken by around 1,500 residents, if you add everyone up. And that decision went ahead and was approved by Cabinet. Can the Cabinet members tell me how this council has listened to the residents of Burton? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Philip Atkins, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to speak in favour of this, actually. And I've got the business case. 50 pages of it. I wonder how many of the people who responded to the consultation had actually taken the time and trouble to read all 50 pages. Probably about 2. It got down to 2 options. One was do minimum, and the other was option 8B, which was relocate the library and all the services into the building. This is part of a far bigger Burton Town deal. And on the Town Deal board, it's chaired by the chairman and owner of Burton Albion Football Club. There's people from the different shopping centres, the Borough Council, the Parish Councils, the County Council, the Local Enterprise Partnership, and because each staff seems to have some silly idea about being in 2, you get one from GBS LEP and one from Stoke and Staffordshire LEP. And they've looked through all the projects that they've got and come up with agreeing that this is the best proposal in this particular area. I think what's lacking from the salesman aspect of it, and it hasn't been helped with the pandemic, is what other things are going on in the town to help. This hits the button on helping vulnerable children, helping employment, revitalising the Market Hall, which when I was on the Borough Council some 10 to 18 years ago, was always a thorn in the side, because the market, you could see that the stall holders were going downhill. In fact, the fish market, which is where the centre is now for East Staffs Borough Council, took a lot of moving out, and it took a long time to get rid of the smell of the fish as well. I think, yes, the existing library is a well-used building, but it's massive. And there's also other opportunities on that site which have got to be built on as time goes on. And I think the Washlands is a really good place, and that area could be something else to enhance the Washlands as another project. And I think all of that will help Burton in the Burton Town deal. There's another bridge. I can remember the ferry bridge. That was one work of art, but they want another footbridge over to link Staten Hill Winshill to the town centre. There's lots of other junctions that want sorting out. But since the pandemic, the high street has changed. And the Market Hall and Croxley House and the St Modwin's Church Square and the college is an area that will help buzz with this sort of thing. It'll increase footfall and help that area. So I think, just to say, I don't want to move the library, and 1,700 people, what's the population of Burton? About 60,000? 79,000? 60,000 electorate? So here's a really big opportunity. I'm always very conscious in East Staffordshire politics that I represent Uttoxeter Rural, because Uttoxeter and Burton never see eye to eye. And I represent the villages who never get anything. But this one is something where the money needs investing into that area. And Saeed and I will still be friends after the meeting. And Connor as well.
Thank you. Councillor Philip Hudson.
Thank you, Chair. The decision on this has been a very difficult one, I think, for a lot of East Staffordshire Borough councillors. And people were asking us our opinions on things, and until very recently we hadn't had any proper briefings on exactly what the town deal was all about and the implications of everything. There are over 25,000 users of the library, and there were 1,161 people responded to that questionnaire, and there are 79,000 people in Burton. So 77% of who responded really isn't. There's either a big silent majority who aren't bothered or don't know anything about it. So 70% of the people that did respond isn't really a lot of people in Burton, so you've got to look at the bigger picture. Well, Project D, which is the Washlands project, is a really exciting project, and it's absolutely fantastic for the future. It's not going to happen in 2 or 3 years. It's going to be happening over a number of years to get to its fruition. But when you look at the impact it will have on Burton and the number of visitors that it will get to come into Burton, we've got to support that. But in order to support that, we've got to support Project E to move the library. And I went into the Market Hall myself a couple of weeks ago to have a look at, I went on Friday afternoon at 1:30 in the afternoon to see if I could get a picture of what was going on. I was sorely disappointed when I walked in to find actually hardly any people in there, hardly any traders doing any business. I spoke to them. I didn't tell them who I was or why I wanted information from them, but it was sad. And I thought, well, what can we actually do with this beautiful building here? And I think that the library move will be good, because it's part of a bigger picture. And the bigger picture must come first. And it's a very difficult decision for a lot of people, particularly me, because hopefully I will be mayor from May this year. I've got to look at the bigger picture for the people of Burton, as I represent on the County Council Uttoxeter division. I also represent the rural wards with Philip. And I've been open all the way through all the discussions here, spoken to my residents in my rural wards as to what they feel. And they all feel that it's a good project and to go with it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Julia Jessel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I feel I ought to stand up and speak as part of my division, Branston, whilst a lot of residents of Branston consider themselves to be living in the village of Branston, it is nonetheless on the outskirts and very close to the centre of Burton. As many of you will know, for 20 years I was a councillor on East Staffs Borough Council, And during that time, regardless of politics, I championed Burton-on-Trent. Before that, I was on Lichfield District Council, and one has an affection for Lichfield, but I equally have an affection for Burton. Not the prettiest of towns, but it's got character. During my time at Eastaffs, we took a decision some years ago to invest in the market hall. It had got very few traders, it was in dire need of repairs, maintenance, and £1.4 million was invested in it to do those essential repairs as a listed building and to try and invigorate it as an indoor market, an indoor venue. I have to say, with best endeavours, that did not work. And Councillor Hudson has just described the kind of activity that is a bit disappointing on a Friday afternoon. Those that objected, and I did read through the objections, a lot of people were saying, we don't want anything to change. We want things as they are. Town centres will not survive unless they change, and it's delightful to hear Councillor Hood say how Stone is reinvigorating itself. Councillor White and his team do a lot in terms of reinvigorating, whether it's Newcastle or whether it's Burton-on-Trent or Cannock. We have to change, we have to increase the footfall. There is strong scientific evidence that this kind of change in the use of buildings will draw in people. You cannot have a vibrant town centre without people. Almost without exception, the objectors said, well, it won't bring any more people in. Well, what's their evidence base? As we've heard from the opposition this morning over the budget, well, we don't like what you're doing, but what's the alternative? And that isn't what has come forward. So actually, a lot of listening has happened. There are issues about car parking, which have got to be taken on board, and I'm sure that will be by Councillor White. But actually, this will rejuvenate, repair, restore that lovely market building and make sure that actually it's fit for purpose, which is its new library and the offices, and will maintain that beautiful building in really good condition. It will totally reinvigorate that part of Burton. As has been said, the college is next door, but it will bring life back to it, and that's what we need. So I very much support this project, as indeed when I was on the Borough Council and not on the County Council, I championed for investment in Station Street, and actually that pedestrianised area now is so much better thanks to the joint work of the Borough and the County and the investment made in that. And I want to see continued investment and continued life brought back into Burton-on-Trent. It's what it's needed. It does involve difficult decisions because you can't please everybody. You can listen to everybody, but ultimately we're elected to take those decisions. And I totally support this decision, and I look forward to that project progressing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Julian Padesi, please.
Thank you, Chair. I find it quite sad, Chair, the contempt with which the respondents are being treated. Well, it's only X amount, not very much, so it's not, you can basically ignore them. I know, as a Stafford resident, maybe it was a case of how the Stafford residents feel about consultation and what happened with their hospital, where so much money and time was spent on consultation, where residents were put through the motions, and in the end, nothing changed because it was already a done deal, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Philip White, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. So we have quite a large element of choice in terms of, the leader has quite a large element of choice in terms of what goes on the leader's statement, and I think it is a good example of how our representative democracy works here, that this item is on the agenda today, so that any interested parties whether they're from East Staffordshire or from elsewhere, can have their say on this matter, as with all other matters on the statement here. The point of a representative democracy is that we're elected as leaders to represent the views of our local community, but also to make the right decisions based on the knowledge that we gain through our work as councillors. We've heard some excellent representation from Councillor Hussain and Councillor Wildman about the opinions of some people in Burton, and I have no doubt their own principal concerns about this particular aspect of, as Councillor Atkins mentioned, a much larger regeneration programme which will transform Burton and will deliver on the thing that people in Burton have been telling me for years, and it's the thing that I've always thought myself, which is that it's a town that needs to re-engage with its river and with its magnificent washlands. It has a huge asset that for a couple of generations it's just ignored. And the overall programme that includes this move of the library, and we should remember it's a move of the library, it's not closing a library, it's relocating it to a beautiful building. Yes, a building that people have strong opinions about, but a beautiful building that will make a fantastic library and will allow the comprehensive regeneration of the waterfront with a view to making it somewhere that people want to come and visit to engage with that beautiful washlands area. I'm pleased to say that in the last week the news has broken that the local council have reached an agreement with Molson Coors in principle to acquire their campus, which holds a large part of that waterfront, directly adjoining onto our current library site. And the major part of the redevelopment of that area will be a large new public plaza, which will incidentally take away all of the parking outside of our current library. One of the reasons why it's very important that relocates, to allow that redevelopment to happen, but to move it into a better, modern setting in a beautiful heritage building, which will be preserved through this, rather than, as Councillor Hudson said, being a building that at the moment, sadly, might cease to be viable as a marketplace in the future. So this is a well thought through and a well considered programme, which is about the regeneration and revitalisation of the whole of Burton. To the point about public consultation, again, Councillor Hudson's made a very good case for why you don't treat consultations as referenda. I think we'd all have some difficulties if other big referendum decisions that have been made in recent years were on such small numbers of the population concerned. But what we do, and this is our responsibility in a public consultation, is we listen to the points that people have made. It's not a yes, no, it's a why. If you're in favour, why? If you're not in favour, why? There has been an extremely detailed piece of listening work done and an extremely detailed response to the concerns people have raised. I'm pleased to say we have good responses to those concerns, other than, I think, as Councillor Jessel said, the I'm concerned about change response, which is very difficult to address, other than in the way that I mentioned at the beginning of this, which is the purpose of representative democracy, which is that we are elected to make good decisions on behalf of our citizens. People in Burton want to see their town regenerated. This particular part of this broader project will see that regeneration happy. Our electorate will judge us on the success or failure of that, and I, for one, am very happy to be judged on that basis when it's been delivered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Leader, please.
Yes, we're on. Excellent. Change is difficult, isn't it? And visualising what the change might look like is even more difficult for people to understand. The vibrancy of our towns and one city across this county are critical to the success, our economic success, our well-being, and we, as the largest local authority in this county, want to make sure that we are pushing ahead, delivering on the growth, regeneration of our towns and city across this county. To that end, an example that I did overhear Councillor Philip Atkins alluding to was the move of the Lichfield Library. The move of the Lichfield Library, for those people that were in the chamber at the time, was opposed by a petition of over 5,000 people. And those 5,000 people did not want Lichfield Library to move. I remember going up to the petitioners in the city centre. They were shouting, "Save Lichfield Library! Save Lichfield Library!" And I went up to the gentleman who was shouting and said, "Lichfield Library doesn't need saving. It's just moving." The move of Lichfield Library from its old facility to the new facility has seen a doubling of the number of people that go in it. It has seen an increase of the membership of Lichfield Library of over 72%. More people accessing books, more people using the facility. And last night, as one of my usual head-clearing methods before I have full council, I went for a walk around Lichfield city centre. It is wonderful to see almost every shop occupied by retailers, bar one, which is Debenhams, which is a little unfortunate, but really vibrant, regenerated, and in part as a result of the decision to move Lichfield Library. I think Councillor Pardesi's comments that we hold in contempt those people that responded to the consultation is actually contemptible. We are the elected representatives, as Councillor White pointed out, and in this case, Councillor Pardesi, it isn't just going through one authority, Staffordshire County Council, it is going through two authorities. Staffordshire County Council facilitates, it opens the door, and East Staffordshire Borough Council is the one that actually takes the final decision as to whether or not this goes ahead through the funding mechanism. So, the elected representative, listening to the views of people who live in the area, bearing those in mind, but also having the vision, having the confidence to deliver the new library in Burton-upon-Trent, I think is a great thing that we are doing, and I fully support it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Item 3, Home to School Transport, Review of Temporary Vacant Seat Scheme. Councillor Charlotte Atkins, Mrs Atkins.
Thank you, Chair. I see from the report that the Staffordshire coach operators reckon it will take 3 to 7 years to upgrade their fleets to meet the passenger service vehicle accessibility requirements. Is that the time span on which the County Council is planning, i.e., they're going to wait 3 years before reintroducing this temporary vacant seat scheme? Because my concern is about those people, for instance, coming to Leek High School, who won't have a local bus that they can transfer to rather than using the temporary vacant seat scheme. So that's one concern, and I wondered whether the County Council had looked into the implications for those particular students. But my other concern is, and I raised this at the last meeting, was that the number of students who use regular buses to get to school, and I had this raised by a resident, my concern is that because of a legal loophole, those regular buses don't have to provide seatbelts, even though in more rural areas they may well be doing 60 miles an hour. And that concerns me, and I wonder whether that concerns the Cabinet member, and whether in those talks with those operators, whether the use of seatbelts for those coaches or buses which are used as regular school to home to school transport should be fitted with seatbelts, because it does worry me that at those high speeds there can be obviously injuries if there was going to be an accident. So that concerns me, but I am also concerned that the temporary vacant seat scheme will put real pressures on lots of families, and also is not exactly climate friendly in the sense that cars will be following buses to school, where households have that ability to access a car rather than using the bus. Thank you.
Councillor Philip Atkins.
Thank you, Chairman. I have some residents that are affected by this temporary vacant scheme being withdrawn. So can I ask the Cabinet member that there will be a constant review of the state of the buses with the PSVAR regulations, because I'm sure that the bus operators will see that they change their buses to help the communities that they serve. We don't run buses, they do.
Thank you. Councillor Jonathan Price, please.
Yeah, apologies for that. Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, the PSVAR regulations that came in from central government has meant that we are unable to find a fair and equitable scheme with our coaches for these pupils, and I think this affects around 300 pupils across the county council. What I will say, however, is those are children that are not entitled to school transport, Not that I'm suggesting that we wouldn't want to support any child getting to school if the bus was their option. We do, however, support another 8,000 children which we do get to and from school on school transport. On the subject of seat belts, I don't believe coaches are required to have those, but I will have further discussions, buses and coaches. I will have further discussions with the other cabinet member about that, and perhaps we can discuss that outside of this meeting. Part of the work that we did was a listening exercise before we decided not to reinstate the scheme, and actually that was really beneficial to us, because what that allowed us to do was look around the county and look at those areas where children were struggling to find transport to get to school. And then we've made those tweaks to some of those bus services, working with bus companies to see if we can change times, etc., to allow children to get onto those buses. In recent years, this authority has already structured and supported services or worked with operators to amend some commercial routes to provide non-entitled pupils fee-paying travelling options, including Walton High in Stafford, Kinver High, the Friary School, Lichfield, Leek High and Westwood College, Anna Lanes Academy in Stone, plus several others, including the De Ferrers Academy in Burton. I'm aware of areas as well in Eccleshall, and Councillor Pert has raised those with me, which we will certainly be looking at as well. Another item that you raised, and I do agree with you, Councillor Atkins, is around the post-16 transport. There is no doubt that part of the challenge lies in the requirement that pupils are now expected to stay in full-time education until the age of 18. Yet government policy has not caught up with that, and currently has not made financial provision for those who were entitled to free school transport under the age of 16. I've written to the Department of Education. I am currently waiting a response, asking what future plans are around that, because our post-16 children certainly need that support where required. Thank you.
Thank you. Formal report from the Local Government and Social Care Ombudsman regarding SEND. Councillor Keith Flunder.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to take this opportunity to say that I've been lucky enough to be invited to a school visit with Councillor John Price to go to some of the schools in and around Warrington, which I know interests other members here, but not necessarily my own patch. And I must say, we did look around at the implementation of how the SEND work is being done within the schools themselves, both at primary and at the high school as well in the day. All I can say is that I was very impressed with the way that the teachers and others are taking this subject so seriously, and that they are quite willing, I think, and prepared to work with the County Council on this subject to try and improve the situation as they are at the moment in terms of our services relating to what the school needs, and also how the NHS services can relate back. So it's quite a large job I think Jonathan has on his plate at the moment to try and improve all that. I do hope, and I do sincerely think, that it will be something that can be improved over the coming weeks and months. Can I just give a little word of warning to you all members, if you do go on one of the school visits, I myself will try and do another one, is if you see Q&A written on the actual agenda, this is when the children of any particular age can ask you any question they like whatsoever. And it was quite fun, and I was a little bit unprepared, but I hope I did quite well in terms of trying to get them enthusiastic about politics and things like that. So yes, it was quite an eye-opener, I must say. And with your indulgence, Chair, it does fit back to the previous one as well, is as Vice Chair of the Prosperous Committee, we are running an inquiry day for bus transport, and it does relate to what Jonathan's just said as well on the previous subject, but it also relates to school transport as well. We are having an inquiry day on the 21st of February, and we would like to ask all members here if they could contact or make notes and therefore relate that to any of the Prosperous members for that day to go ahead. I think there's some reticence on some of this according to what we've been hearing, but I do hope that the day itself will be constructive in the way that we can try and run it together, and myself and Tina are looking forward to running it. So hopefully you will get some report back on that, and that's looking at the long term and the overview which the leader did mention earlier. So thank you very much for that. Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor Flunder. Councillor Mrs. Charlotte Atkins, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not familiar with this particular case, but I am only too familiar with so many cases where parents have to fight real battles to get appropriate support for their special needs child, either through a EHCP plan or for other sort of support, or even to the interpretation of the plan. And we all know that the earlier a child can be supported in school, the better the outcome for that child and indeed for the whole family. But all too often, parents have to become experts to navigate the complex process of first getting the plan and then fighting their way through the process as they have to convince the school and the county council that that child is not getting the support they need. And I've supported a number of parents who have had this sort of experience. And I can tell you that the experience is devastating. They may win at the end of it, or they may not. But the mental health implications for the family, for the child, for the siblings is immense, absolutely immense. You know, it can last 2-3 years, as did this case. And it is really devastating for the parents and for the child involved, but also the brothers and sisters. And I really plead that the county council finds a better way, because it can't be right that these families are put through this. It's difficult enough meeting the needs of a special needs child, whether diagnosed or not diagnosed, that we should be helping them, not creating hurdles and barriers for them, so that they have to become experts in the whole process. You know, they have to be like military tacticians sometimes just to get through the process. And I don't think we should ask parents to do that.
Thank you. Councillor John Francis, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't often agree with Councillor Atkins, but I do this time. She's spot on with some of this. I mean, I've had to go through the mill for the last 24 years that I've been involved with SEND, from Greenhall Special School to Morrison Special School, and it is a big problem. The Educational Health and Care Plan can fall over, it can't be done properly. As Charlotte has quite rightly pointed out, the process is a minefield. You've got to be a lawyer as well as a parent and everything that goes along with that. The big thing that worries me, and I've said it time and time again in various meetings, is that the school with the inclusion programme, that the SENCO has got to be absolutely top-notch and to know everything to do with the HC, and I'm afraid they don't. We've got a big educational programme from county to try and address that, and I think that is now going ahead. But it is devastating for the child, because I know a child that the process started some years ago now, when she was 5 years old and she didn't get sorted until she was nearly 9, which is just not good enough. It is abysmal. So as long as we take on board what's going on here and the problems that I've just alluded to, particularly with SENCOs in schools, is addressed, then we are well on the way to sorting the problem. But it's still a major issue for parents, and let's make no mistake about that. It doesn't do us any favours. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Jonathan Price, please.
Chairman, and thank you for the comments as well from both councillors. Just on the SENCO front, that's something that's I'm very passionate about. We've had a new head of vulnerable learners that's taken post a couple of weeks ago, and we've already spoken about the support that we can give SENCOs around training, etc., and the SENCO networking that we do. Because you're absolutely right, it starts at the bottom with the SENCO, otherwise the parent then finds themselves are having to go through this process. This is about a historic case. Members are aware that we've gone through a very, very difficult children's transformation, and I want to pay tribute to both Mark for the work that he's done around that, Helen Riley and officers as well, to completely re-engineer the system to make it fit for purpose so that our children get the right support at the right time. As part of that, we have the SEND transformation as well, and we've now gone on to a district model, which both myself and Councillor Sutton have visited 3 already, and I'm pleased to say that the way that the SEND key workers are now in place will decrease the workload of those officers and enable us to do a much better job. As I said, the local government and social care ombudsman had found this council at fault, and it is a historic case in which the council allowed matters to drift and took too long to resolve the case the parents had raised. And there were numerous cases of this in the past. This was at a time when demand for education and healthcare plans had risen sharply and put our staff under severe pressure. Extra investment since then has been made in the team handling EHCPs, but there will always continue to be demand in the system. Staffordshire has experienced the same increase in demand as elsewhere in the country. We all know the SEND review is required, and I believe a green paper will be out shortly, where there'll be a consultation on the way the government supports SEND, and that's very high on their agenda. As our new systems beds in, we've developed a plan and will continue to keep under review the processes. And as I've mentioned, our Head of Vulnerable Learners is now in post as one. He's very, very keen to get working on this and has already done so. We are continuing to provide support for early help through our SEND district model and through the graduated response, and we will provide support early and avoid escalation, and provide the opportunity to review all educational healthcare plans within the time frame required. We were not where we needed to be. We had an inspection. We're still not where I'd like us to be, but we're not far, and we've certainly come on a very, very long journey. I don't talk about this a lot because it's one of those, but I am a father of a SEND child who's been through exactly the same process. I know how it works. I know how difficult it is for parents on the ground, and I certainly wouldn't want to go through that, and I certainly don't want any of our parents, where it's necessary, to have to go through that either. We will support all of our parents and the most vulnerable children in the community to get the education and support that they require. Thank you.
Thank you. Proposed relocation expansion of St Leonard's Primary School in Stafford. Councillor Mrs Gillian Padesi.
Thank you, Chair. This is a very welcome move, Chair. The current St Leonard's building is a much-loved building, but we need a larger, more updated school, and the prospect of an on-site playing field is also very much welcomed as well. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Jonathan Price.
Yeah, apologies, me again. Yeah, I really welcome this, and this shows the commitment of this authority to make sure that we've got schools that are fit for purpose for our pupils. As members will be aware, the County Council does have a statutory duty to ensure that we have sufficient school places. Over the last 5 years, we've developed, or delivered, should I say, over £90 million of capital investment and opened 5 brand new free schools and expanded 30 other schools and academies. And that's a record that I'm very proud of. A lot of that work was done by my predecessor, Councillor White, and obviously taking over from the portfolio, I've got to see some of those projects come to fruition, so that's something that I'm really excited about. St Leonard's Primary School in Stafford is rated good by Ofsted, and the proposed £4 million+ project serves 2 purposes. 1, an expansion to provide additional school places for families from around 800 new homes nearby, with the potential for even further expansion should that be required. And 2, a short move from the current Victoria building on a cramped, congested site into a light, airy and modern learning environment, including for the first time, and as Councillor Podesi has alluded to, an on-site playing field for children. They were having to walk some distance to use any play facilities. If everything progresses, including the separate planning applications, and I believe they've now gone through, we would see the Kingston Centre once again open to local pupils in 2023, exactly 35 years after the old Kingston Middle School closed its doors. So it's nice to see it's gone from a school back to a school. This benefits the community, the school, existing and future pupils, and it demonstrates, as I've said, our commitment to investing in education and communities, supports our vision for everyone to be able to prosper, be healthy and happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Diversity and inclusion, principles, objectives and action plan. West, project update. So, Councillor Graham Hutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chatterley Valley is on the border of Kidsgrove and Newcastle, and I welcome this investment. Along with the announced 40.5 million in town deals for Kidsgrove and Newcastle, just part of levelling up. This massive private sector investment is good for the whole area. An estimated 1,700 new jobs are a very welcome boost to the brilliantly run Borough Council of Newcastle under Lyme. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Steve Sweeney.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this was, sorry about that. Thank you for this. It's absolutely fantastic news for the Borough of Newcastle under Lyme. 1,700 jobs here is just unbelievable. What I'd point out, though, is that people abuse the Prime Minister of this country at the moment, and they abuse the Conservative government. But it's taken this Prime Minister to decide that life outside the M25 does actually exist. And Newcastle Borough Council, over £50 million we're receiving over these things. That's the two town deal funds and the High Street Fund. And it is down to the Prime Minister to decide to share the wealth of the country over other areas rather than just the City of London. It's fantastic news. I just can't tell you how good this is for size of Newcastle. What is interesting, though, is a bit bizarre, is at the county council elections, the Labour group leader stood for election to this chamber in one of the divisions in Kidsgrove. I can't quite remember which one it was. And he opposed this. I mean, how weird and bizarre. 1,700 jobs coming to the borough. And he didn't agree with it. It's very, very strange. But no, this is absolutely fantastic news for Newcastle. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Derek Hookfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right, how can you really follow that? Right, but when you come to look at it, right, is this levelling up, it's about one of the best things that ever happened to our area. And I'm going to quote it some years ago, right, and I've quoted it before, right, when the Labour Party were in control, that was in government and in this council, right, they used to chuck in the area, right, a few crumbs, right, and everybody, they thought that satisfied them. And that's why we've been in areas, right, that have been down there. Now the Conservatives have taken control, right, and I think people out there realise it, and this council, right, ought to publicise it more, because Newcastle is one of the places that's really forgotten. You never, very rarely, you hear Newcastle, you hear Wolverhampton, right, you hear Stoke-on-Trent, but they tend to forget Little Newcastle. Right, and the point is, when they chucked a few crumbs, and it's what the Conservatives, when they looked at the problem, you couldn't just chuck a few crumbs, they had to chuck a loaf of sliced bread. And that was the difference. And not only did they throw the loaf of sliced bread, but they also put jam on it. Right? And when you come to look, right, at what's being done at this moment in time and what's going to be done, it's going to be fantastic. And we talked about volunteers, right? We need volunteers. I mean, I quoted to Mike there when he was speaking, right? The litter pickers. I've got litter pickers in my area. They take it all in too. You've got a youth clubs where Labour closed them down within the Silverdale area, right? The volunteers opened them up. Right? And this is the difference that it makes. And I could go on and go on and go on, Mr. Chairman, but I aren't going to do because of the time. I did frighten you a little bit there, Chairman, right? But can I just say, and I'll say it to all the Cabinet members, get out there and start publishing it. Let the people know that Newcastle is there, that they can have all this money spent on them, right? And hopefully, with Newcastle Council and the leader of Staffordshire County Council, right, and councillors get together and formulate, right, something that the people out there really want. So, Alan, I'm saying it to you, get out there, listen to the people. Simon Tagg, who is the councillor for Newcastle, the leader. I nearly lost it then. He'll tell me off about that. Right? Who is the leader of Newcastle Council, can come up with a formula on what they think that we can put to the people which is best for the area. And can I just say, Mr. Chairman, right, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Right? I didn't think you would do because the type of person that I am, right? But I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Huckfield, everyone has got the right to speak in this chamber, so don't worry about that. Councillor Philip White, please.
Thank you very much, Leader. I think Councillor Huckfield said follow that after Councillor Sweeney, but blimey, follow that, okay. So we've seen two really great examples on the Leader's statement so far today about the way that we do business here in Staffordshire, where we take government investment, so the Burton Towndale scheme, the Towndale scheme and the Future High Streets Fund for Newcastle, being part of £130 million that government has put into the regeneration of our towns over the last couple of years. We take that money, we put a little bit of our own money with it, and then in the case of Chatterley Valley, we unlock a site that the private sector couldn't quite deliver on its own, but where there's £60 million of private sector investment going in that's going to generate 1,700 jobs. And they're going to be skilled jobs, and they are going to be very, very welcome in that part of the county, a part of the county that we are very proud to shout about a lot because it's a fantastic part of Staffordshire. And what we're in the business of doing is making sure that towns like Newcastle don't require crumbs from Westminster. They don't require loaves of bread. We want the fields planted with wheat. We want the bakery in the town, and we'll make our own thank you very much. That's what levelling up is all about. One small point to note, I'm on the Towndale board in Newcastle and in Kidsgrove, and I think this deal falls just in Kidsgrove, doesn't it? There has been rumblings locally in Kidsgrove of people saying, why is the Towndale board spending money on this? It's not in Kidsgrove. And I think it's another good example of where we use our good judgment as political leaders to do the right things. Public opinion perhaps wouldn't have put this very high on the list. It's 1,700 jobs, a massive investment in that part of the county. We do the right things in our leadership here, both at Newcastle Borough Council under Simon Tagg's excellent leadership, with councillors like Councillor Huckfield and Councillor Sweeney. And here at the County Council, we work as a team and we get these things done.
I was wondering what had got into Derek. It turns out that Councillor Hayden had given him a chocolate earlier, so it's a sugar rush. But the person that we want shouting from the rooftop, still got it. The person we want shouting from the rooftops, Councillor Huckfield, is people like yourself, people like Councillor Tagg, all of us shouting about and celebrating the investment that we're making in the area, because as Councillor White pointed out, 1,700 jobs, absolutely fantastic. It's going to secure the economic growth and the health and well-being of those people who are in employment in the Newcastle area. The whole thing hangs together really neatly, and so I commend this report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'm going to call the half-time, if that's all right. We'll break now until 1:55. There are too many items left on the Leader's Statement to continue with it, so if we break now, please be back in the chamber, ready to go for 1:55. good. No, we'll try and do as quick. I mean, it may mean something.
You're doing a great job there.
We've had enough to say today over.
Yeah, it's stressful, isn't it? Especially when I'm watching.
Oh, you've been watching the screen?
I didn't know. Seat 74.
Yeah. Can you please take your seats? Okay. Okay, welcome back everybody. Hope you enjoyed your lunches. We'll restart item 8, page 164, Families Health and Wellbeing Service. Contract extension. Okay, Councillor Mark Sutton, please.
Thank you, thank you, Chairman. Just very briefly, for members' knowledge, this provides this is the contract for the health visitors and also for schools nurses. This will give us an opportunity to extend that contract for 12 months, as it says in the write-up there. And just very briefly, every year around 9,000 babies are born in Staffordshire, and health visitors do 5 statutory visits: antenatal, new birth, 6 to 8 week, 12-month review and 2-year reviews. And the figures, if we compare 2018-19 to 21-22, the amount of those visits and the percentage that they've been doing has increased in all those different categories. And the school nurses offer a great service to schools, doing lots of stuff across the whole board within schools. And this, as I said, will give us the opportunity to look at ensuring that we get the very best for the next time that we have to look at this contract and procuring it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
IA 2609 Framework for Responsive Property Maintenance and Day Works. Councillor DeVille.
Very, very briefly, Chairman, thank you. Just to reassure all members that these framework agreements that I bring to Cabinet, virtually every Cabinet meeting, Mr. Chairman, they are just to ensure that we provide, as always, very best service to our customers and very best value for money for our customers, Chairman. And we go over contracts with a fine-tooth comb. We have an excellent office of officers who really take this very, very seriously. Just a point, I think Councillor Mrs Atkins mentioned at a previous meeting, asked the question what the percentage is of local contractors and local small businesses carry out work such as property maintenance. And in the last 12 months, Councillor Atkins, over 90% of all property maintenance works were carried out by mostly small companies, all in Staffordshire and Stoke-on-Trent. So it's reassurance to all members that we've absolutely got a finger on the button at all times, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, that's great news. Item 10, Staffordshire means back to business, oral update.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is a measure of how importantly the Cabinet views the state of the economy during this time of the pandemic and as we emerge from the pandemic. You can see the figures in the report yourselves, and the good news in the report about the ASOS in Lichfield creating 2,000 jobs, which is absolutely tremendous, and the Pets at Home in Stafford creating a further 800 jobs. But there's also an acknowledgement in the report of the challenges we face, particularly the challenges of the cohort aged 18 to 24, where the numbers that are out of work at the moment are still higher than we would like to see, and we are working extremely hard to make sure we get gainful employment for that group, and also making sure that women in the lower paid, we focus on them as well, because a good quality job results in healthy lives and healthy outcomes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Economic recovery, growth, enhancing delivery.
Mr. Chairman, much of what we've set out for economic growth, economic recovery and growth and enhancing delivery was contained within the strategic plan and also the medium-term financial strategy. But just highlighting a couple of points, the £200,000 that's been used for the Destination Management Partnership to create a Destination Management Partnership marketing budget, and also £640,000 has been provided to develop and operate the Staffordshire Means Back to Business scheme, vital to supporting our economy and driving us forward post-pandemic.
Thank you. Establishment of a Staffordshire Leaders Board. Councillor David Smith, please.
Chairman, can I commend this report? I felt as a past leader of one of the district councils that however much we tried to get a coordinated Staffordshire, it was a near impossibility. And for seeing this happening now, I very much commend it. There are so many things, particularly with climate change and planning, that involve overlaps between the two councils. And I really feel that if we can make this work, there are so many things that we can succeed with that give better value for money and better service. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Simon Tagg.
Chairman, I'd like to welcome this. I think the formulation of a Leaders Board is an excellent thing on the back of what Mr Smith said. And I think making a bid to the government for extra funding and for extra powers in relation to the areas set out, I think is a really good idea. But also, as it says in the piece here about the good work that's already going on, that has been going on between the districts and the county, particularly on the response to COVID. But also the work that's going on climate change. We've got a motion later which I will obviously be touching more on this, but the Sustainability Board, which has already been set up and has had 2 or 3 meetings now, is the districts and the county working together on a common goal to reduce our carbon emissions and to improve the environment and etc. Also, I mean, it hasn't been mentioned this meeting, but I will put it in here, and that's the issues to do with Wally's Quarry in Newcastle. That hasn't gone away. The odours, the stink, the gas has upsurged again in recently over Christmas and into the new year. And I think we are at the end of the road with a regulatory approach to this, the failure of the EA and of the operator to do anything about this. And as a symbol of working together and through an enhanced 2-tier, which is what this Leaders Board is all about, County Council and the Borough Council are working closely and trying to get a meeting with DEFRA to take the case up for where we go from here, now that regulation is clearly failing and the operator is clearly failing, how we can stop the stink and bring some relief to the people of Derry Cookfields, Ward, Silverdale, my division, Westlands and Thistlebury, and Newcastle as a whole. So that just shows how we're working together, and the Leaders Board, I think, is a great innovation, and will hopefully take it forward, and the government will accept that that's the way we want to do local government in Staffordshire. That's the districts and the county working together, and not any sort of unitary or mayor imposed upon us. Thank you.
Thank you. Leader.
For now, what a fantastic opportunity this is. We worked together really brilliantly during the pandemic, district, boroughs and the county council. If we hadn't have worked together, the people that would have suffered would have been the people of Staffordshire. And therefore, continuing our cooperation through the Leaders Board is exactly what we want to do. There are key areas that we're looking towards: economic growth, climate change and sustainability, just to name 3. There are plenty of challenges that lie ahead, though. How we cooperate with Stoke is going to be a continuous challenge. The door is open to Stoke. They're welcome to come on board if they wish. But we also want devolution of powers from government in a way that suits Staffordshire and our districts and boroughs, not in a way that suits Westminster. Because where you see things work during the course of the pandemic, like our local test and trace scheme, like our delivery of PPE, it's been done locally. Where it doesn't work quite so well, arguably, is where it's coordinated from the centre. So our view as a county, including our district and borough colleagues, is that give us those powers, give us the opportunity to deliver that for our local people, because it's our local people and our elected representatives locally who know best what is right for them. It doesn't come from Whitehall, it comes from here.
Thank you. Future commissioning arrangements for supported living services in Staffordshire.
Thank you, Chairman. Unless there are any particular questions, it's a very straightforward report. I don't propose to say anything. It's what I would call a holding report, allowing for further detailed work before Cabinet are presented with a detailed options appraisal and extending contracts to allow that to happen.
Thank you. Update from COVID-19 member-led local outbreak control board. Councillor Johnny McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad to be able to tell the Chamber that for the first time I'm managing to give you a broadly positive report. And I'm gladdened about that, I have to say. Although there's still very high community spread, although there is significant disruption to education, to the economy and our way of life, the numbers are coming down. They're coming down in all district and boroughs, and we're less than the England average. Every district and borough is less than 900 per 100,000 as of this week. Now, I know that months ago we would have shuddered at the thought of 900 per 100,000, but it's the direction of travel that I think gives us some cause for comfort. It is also the case that over the last 5 weeks, the all-cause mortality is less than it has been over the average of the past 5 years. And I think we can take some comfort from that. The things that where we're challenged on are particularly the hospital situation. Now, the COVID admissions are steady. They're not going up. ITU is not being burdened by COVID, as we saw in the middle of the pandemic. But if you add the COVID and the non-COVID admissions, it does create a challenge for the hospitals. But I think we have to get this in context, because winter is always a challenge for the hospitals. They're still seeing many of their staff going off with COVID, but that looks like it's beginning to level off. So it's broadly a good news story. Vaccinations, the NHS, with the support of the County Council and other agencies, did amazingly well before Christmas. But the demand for the vaccines has dropped off since the new year. So if we just take the example of the week commencing December the 13th, 95,000 people were vaccinated. The week commencing January the 24th, namely last week, it was 9.5, it was a tenth. So it's up to us as elected members, it's up to us as leaders of our community to actively encourage people who haven't been fully vaccinated still to get vaccinated, because it's still a threat, despite the broadly we're getting the good news. Notwithstanding that, we are third in the West Midlands in terms of our vaccination cover. I can tell you that in terms of first doses, we're almost 90% of adults, those over the age of 18. In terms of second doses, we're almost 80%. In terms of the booster vaccination, we're 84% of those who have already had the first and second vaccine. That's pretty good cover, but we can't be complacent about this. And we must encourage those to get vaccinated who can. This is why we have decided, because of the general good news, that the Local Outbreak Control Board, where there's district and borough representatives that meets under the chairmanship of the leader, will now only meet once a month. And the local outbreak control groups in the district and boroughs will currently stand down, but nothing will stand down permanently, in the sense that they can be brought back very quickly if things change. So that gives you some understanding of the degree of, I wouldn't say optimism, more cautious optimism, that the Director of Public Health and ourselves have in the way things are going at the moment. You will see in the report also that there are 3 different grants from the government. First is Test, Trace, Isolate grant, which is the targeted community testing grant. That will go to Nexus Trading Limited, community, which has really served us well in the last few months. And they will do more test, trace and isolate. The Workforce Recruitment Grant Fund down 2 and the Infection and Prevention Control Fund likewise will go to areas where we know it is productive and we know works. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Saeed Hussain.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. 70 years ago, Her Majesty took their commitment, whether it's long or short, I will serve and dedicate my life to the service of this nation. She has kept her word, and what an immense privilege to stand in this chamber and with gratitude remember her skills, passions, and charisma to give us the stability. All I can say, pass and convey, thank you, Her Majesty, for your long service, and I am proud to ask my Lord, save our Queen. Thank you.
Councillor Mark Sutton.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. That's obviously been knocked by the computer. Thank you.
Councillor Victoria Wilson. Sorry, Councillor Caroline Trowbridge first then, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, absolutely echo, God save our Queen. The county town is putting on quite a few things for the Jubilee celebration in the most beautiful Victoria Park. So Victoria putting on for Elizabeth, it couldn't be nicer, could it? So yes, I'd just like to say to everybody, you know, let's all go out and celebrate. This is what we need now. This is how we start to recover. So 3-day celebration, starting June the 2nd, come along to Victoria Park. And the Commonwealth Games as well, I will make a note of as well, just very quickly, if that's okay. We have until Valentine's Day to put our love forward for our best sportsmen. So please do, and let's see some real sportsmen carrying the torch for Staffordshire. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm coming on the Saturday, the 3rd, to the Stafford presentation as chairman. Councillor Philip Atkins, please.
Thank you, Chairman. And just to echo what Carolyn and Saeed have said, I think we've got to celebrate the 70th Platinum Jubilee for the Queen. And what good news that's going to be after the doomsters of COVID and Sage being proved wrong yet again by the Prime Minister when he said that the deaths were going to be a lot lower than the tens of thousands. Neil Ferguson has a lot to answer for. I'm fed up with him with the foot and mouth and everything else that he got, and I'm amazed that the government ever listened to him, and he broke the rules as well. We have only got a very short time to get ready for the Queen's Jubilee, and I just urge everybody to get involved. I know that the Cabinet Member for Commerce will be organising a bar in Roaster Village Hall for our celebrations, and I'm certain that we'll all be out there because that's what this country needs, to celebrate Her Majesty the Queen's 70th Platinum Jubilee. And if there's ever an example of good service, then she is it. You know, you can't fault her at all. She's managed to steer this country through troubled times, faced some horrible years, and some pretty dire criticism at times, which she's flown above. God save the Queen.
Councillor Victoria Wilson, please.
Thank you. I'd just like to echo Councillor Hussain's words and Philip Atkins as well. God save the Queen. Wonderful words, aren't they? So yes, cause for celebration. Our monarch has steered us through some difficult waters for 7 decades, and what an accomplishment. We encourage local parishes and groups to get involved in these celebrations, seeking funding from Staffordshire Community Foundation and the National Lottery as only 2 examples. I know my Cabinet Member for Highways is available to assist with road closures around the county, so we can all get involved in street parties. So exciting. So yeah, let's all celebrate this really momentous occasion. I'm sure we can agree that it's really, really well needed and well deserved.
Thank you. National Apprenticeship Week and Skills. Sorry, Leader. No, I apologise. Okay, we'll then go to item 16, National Apprenticeship Week and Skills.
Thank you, Chairman. Could I just, before I comment, perhaps declare an interest as an honorary doctor of Staffordshire University? Because what I believe is that we are entering into a period of the revival of apprenticeships, which I remember when I was a lad, everybody felt you should go into an apprenticeship, and if you didn't have an apprenticeship, then you'd end up working for the council, which wasn't considered to be a good thing in those days. It seems to be a very good thing now. Chairman, it seems to me that where we have got so much work being done in apprentice colleges, we've got JCB, we've got the new HS2 college as well, where people are being highly trained with skills, and we've got HS2 going the whole way through our county. The job opportunities for the future and for Staffordshire to train people in the construction and building industry is so great that we ought to be grabbing hold of that now. And I think that what we ought to be doing is recognising that those people who go through apprenticeships and training courses, much like the old days of the sandwich courses, ought to be recognised with a comparable qualification. And I think we have a wonderful opportunity with Staffordshire University, which is very much a hands-on working university with the students it looks after. I think that we ought to be seeing whether we could put together a scheme which would recognise those people who are learning to operate diggers that will work within a centimetre of the plans coming from the internet. Those sort of skills should be recognised in a comparable way to the way that we recognise people who have gone to university courses. And so I would feel that this council has a great opportunity to talk to the university and see how we could convert apprentices and apprenticeship qualifications into degrees. And I would strongly implore that, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Jeremy Pert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to pick up a few things from out today's meeting and link them together. First of all, we talked very much at the beginning of the meeting about the strategic plan. And one of the objectives within the strategic plan was to offer every child and young person the best start in life and the chance to achieve their potential. So what more is National Apprenticeship Week than strategy in action? You know, it is part of the opportunity to fulfill every young person's potential. Sometimes that's through academic learning. Sometimes that's through a more practical route. And so for some, university isn't the answer. And I certainly recognise the government is on this strategy as well by introducing things like T-levels. But ensuring that there is an opportunity for everyone, no matter their bent and their preference in terms of how they learn, I think is really important. So having apprentices is key to this. Increasingly, apprentices aren't just people who have left school at the age of 16. They're increasingly over 25. So actually it fulfills another promise in terms of lifelong learning as well. It's important, in my view, when we've got so many world-class organisations that we try and match their skills and the needs that they have for employees with the skills that are coming through colleges and education today. So having those practical skills, making them very honed to organisations, possibly helps organisations retain staff at just a time when there is a massive shortage in employment. So broadly speaking, I really welcome the involvement in promoting National Apprenticeship Week and matching those businesses to skills and to our young people. Now, I did just want to pick up the unemployment figures because that was referenced earlier today. And in Staffordshire, we've got unemployment levels at 3.2%. I would probably argue at those sorts of levels, you need a certain amount of unemployment to keep the market fluid. And we're certainly in advance of the national figure at 4.5. But what is obvious is there is about 2% of young people who are disproportionately above those figures. So anything that we can do through National Apprenticeship Week to get those people into long-term careers, I think has to be welcomed. So I think we should be thanking every business who is involved and in their own interests in securing good, loyal, long-term employees, but also encourage every other business who isn't involved to take an actual step forward to help with the recruitment crisis that is in the marketplace, but also seeing the advantages of apprenticeships alongside university education and other education. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Charlotte Atkins, please.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I very much welcome this focus on apprenticeships. But I hope that the County Council will also look at the gender and diversity balance in the number of people that take up this opportunity. It's obviously a great stepping stone to good employment opportunities. But my concern is that traditionally, and I speak as someone who used to work in the construction sector, it's very much seen often as more of a boys thing than a girls thing. And there are huge opportunities now in apprenticeships right across business opportunities. So I hope that in promoting this scheme and supporting this scheme, the County Council will look at the gender balance, the diversity balance, so that we can ensure that every young person or older person for that matter knows that an apprenticeship is open to them. It's not just for the very narrow range of occupations which in the past have been seen as being the focus of apprenticeships. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mike Sutherland, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to repeat what's already been said. I'm just going to share with you. On Monday afternoon, I was able to go to a business in Cannock town, just off the town centre. This business started in 1997, so relatively young in the business world. Two brothers set up a construction stroke electrical business. Today, the first year turnover was about £800,000. That's okay, relatively small start-up. I think on the books was probably about half a dozen people, and that was it. Today, they employ 135 people, and their turnovers just under 80 million. I was staggered. This is a small, unknown business in Cannock. And I met two or three of their directors, and I met a senior gentleman who was the original one of the brothers. And I actually said to him, how have you done this? You know, I'm used to big corporate businesses, and normally what they do is acquire and divest, acquire and divest, build, build, build. And he said, I've always been very clear in my mind about what I wanted to do, and I've gone out and done it. So I said, yeah. And this, the final paragraph in here actually summed up almost what he was saying to do. He said, I wanted to have a bigger, better, more sustainable business, and I had to grow my own. He said, we get a lot of people coming in, and in the construction and electrical, they come and go. And he said, I started a couple of apprenticeships. He said, I got talented people that were actually not being looked after. He said, they probably didn't get the skills and what have you. So he said, that's how how I started off on apprenticeships. So I said, right. His policy, their policy today is that they will take on 5 apprentices each year. And he's done that. He said, I can show you for the last 5 years, we've averaged 5. It fell away a year or so ago because of COVID, but I'll look to increase that. What was blindingly brilliant about it was they actually introduced me to two of his directors, who were both apprentices that joined him with, I'll just say, formal education. And they are now running multi-million pound divisions. So I left gobsmacked, if I have to be quite open and honest. And I get the real meaning now because I saw it live and for real. So thank you. And it would be wrong of me if I didn't say in an earlier paper, I didn't jump up, where 290 apprentices program in a recent program that we've run as a council, 52 of them are in Cannock Chase. So you can, I'm a convert in terms of making sure that anyone that I talk to in business, I will be using this business to amplify the opportunity of apprenticeships for their businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Derry Cookfield, please.
Can I just say, Mr. Chairman, I really look forward to this on this apprenticeships, and the reason being, right, not so many years ago, when I don't give my age away, not so many years ago when I was 15, right, I took up an apprenticeship, right, and there was quite a number of people at that time that took it up, right, and it gradually faded out. And the problem that we've got with it fading out the apprenticeships, right, we haven't got the skilled workers, right, and that's where half the problem. And businesses, right, as they stand today, right, they're all complaining they can't get the plumbers, they can't get the bricklayers, and all different types of jobs because they haven't got the training, right, and that's why we call them cowboys, cowboy plumber, cowboy bricklayer, and that's the attitude of people. And I really go along with this, and there's another part of it that they could add to this, which would go a long way with the apprenticeships. If a person on a company retires, why not make it easy for them to have a young fella or a young woman, right, and give them an apprenticeship? So in other words, when somebody leaves, right, they are replaced with apprenticeship, right, and it can make all the difference because they're learning on the job, and that's the only way you'll ever learn is by doing it, not by sitting round a table talking about it. Thank you very much.
Councillor Saeed Hussain, please.
Thank you, Chair. Or shall I say the 26th Chair of Queen's Reign of Staffordshire County Council. Well, Chair, the point made earlier by Councillor Philip Atkins, without the successful business, we cannot have enough taxes. He's right, Chair. If we need to get more apprenticeship, we need more businesses. We must not forget this is a nation of small businesses, corner shop owners. A second home is their pension pot. So, Chair, I'm a bit concerned to see earlier there is only 18 business startup loan has been granted. So if we want to be a business-friendly Staffordshire County Council, which we are, can I just ask the Cabinet member to look into this one so that we can flourish more small businesses to create more apprenticeship in the future? Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Mark Winnington, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a sort of response to the Leader of the Opposition. I know of a young lady who's fairly close to me who's in a second year of engineering apprenticeship in the very mixed area of heavy-duty diggers. So I won't say any more than that. But basically, she's there because she wanted to be there. The real blocker wasn't the county council, it wasn't this, that and the other, it was the school. They didn't think that she should be going into that sort of an industry, and they didn't think she should be doing an apprenticeship. She should be going on a full degree course. She is now saving money. She hasn't got 30,000 pounds worth of debt. And the manufacturing industry has got a really good valued employer. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just common sense. But the other question really probably for the Cabinet is, are we sure the careers advice is right? Because youngsters leaving school, a lot don't know what they're doing. A lot think that working in the building trades below them. A lot don't like the idea of working for care homes. And we really need to sort of refocus what's important, and these skilled, and they are skilled jobs, should be acknowledged as such. Thank you.
Councillor Philip White, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just on the question regarding the business startup loans, the issue there is actually demand. That was set up for businesses who are struggling to access finance from conventional means, and they haven't, is the simple answer to that, which is good news. Within our Back to Business programme, we're flexible as to how we reallocate money, so the money doesn't sit there waiting for that. We use it to do other things. Onto the substantive point of this, we support and embrace apprenticeships in Staffordshire. We've got a tremendous tradition of people qualifying for apprenticeships in Staffordshire, as Councillor Huckfield mentioned. But it is something that did go away for a few decades and fell out of fashion, and people, I think, looked down their nose at it a bit. I'm glad to say I don't think that's the case these days, and I think that for most people that's old news, that idea. And there's probably not been better illustrated for me this week than actually our screensaver on our County Council laptops. I'm sure you've all opened them this week. And you'll be confronted there by one of our senior transport managers, I'm pleased to say who happens to be female, who's doing a level 7 apprenticeship qualification at the moment, supported by the County Council. That's a master's degree. And that illustrates the range and the value of apprenticeships. And in a small way is a comment on our support for apprenticeships here at the County Council. We have many people within the organisation from entry level all the way up to those very senior levels who do benefit from training through apprenticeship schemes. We're also very engaged with promoting apprenticeships, both supporting projects like the Institute of Technology that I'm delighted that Newcastle and Stafford College Group has succeeded in bidding for, along with Keele University, Burton and South Derbyshire College, and a number of major employers like Fujitsu, Moog Aerospace, and Siemens. And again, that's the point about how we do things in Staffordshire. It's all of the moving parts, the local authorities, the education providers, our businesses all working together. But we're very mindful of the importance of smaller businesses taking on apprentices as well. And I think there are bigger challenges there. And that's firstly around the funding, which is why our Apprenticeship 500 scheme is so important. We fund not only training costs, but also wages through that. And it's great that we're over halfway to meeting that 500 target. I'd like us to be able to exceed it. And great that we've been able to do that with all of our districts and boroughs, such as Cannock. But it's also about making sure that careers advice and guidance is right. And I think it is a valid point to raise that there is further work to do on careers advice and guidance. It's been one of those Cinderella subjects linking education and employment together that's almost just seemed a bit too difficult to be done. And there is a challenge there, which is something that we will play our part in, but it is a challenge for us as a country. And I think it was right of Councillor Winnington to highlight that. On the diversity point, Councillor Atkins, you're absolutely right. We need to make sure that all pathways are open to all and that there are no obstacles in the way, whether they are real or perceived. Because what's the difference if people aren't taking up the courses that actually they would find the most rewarding in terms of their future career path? So I fully agree with you there. I'll happily write to you in terms of where things are in Staffordshire in that respect if you find it useful. Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Jeremy Pert, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I need to declare a non-pecuniary interest in Newcastle and Stafford Colleges Group as a governor. I wasn't going to do that until it was referenced.
Thank you. Councillor Alan White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to associate myself with Councillor Winnington's comments about apprenticeships. My son is doing an apprenticeship. He's free of student debt. He seems happy. He's adopted some of the factory floor mentality, which is a little bit disappointing, but hey-ho, you can't have everything. the work ethic. I just wanted to pick up Councillor Smith's point about Staffordshire University. You raise a good point, Councillor Smith. I had my first meeting with the brand new Vice-Chancellor of Staffordshire University earlier this week. We talked about the opportunities that we can have in our relationship between Staffordshire County Council and our university, Staffordshire University, and I will undertake to explore further with him those opportunities that you have set out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Director of Public Health report. Councillor John McMahon, please.
Thank you, Chairman. This report has come out in recognition of the second anniversary of the pandemic, it's highlighted at the beginning of the report, and I commend it to you all. In his opening remarks, the director says that this has been a tragedy for many, which we all accept, but it's also a story of hope. And as the leader quite rightly pointed out, we have done very, very well in the County Council. We've done stuff that's been nationally recognised, and he raised two issues in point, and the first was the PPE issue. We started early, before lockdown. We did our own acquisition of PPE, and we started a 3-month storage of PPE as of June of 20. And test, trace, and isolate. We've been nationally recognised from that. Again and again and again, the figures were better than anything near that the national test, trace, and isolate could do. We've got to commend the officers for this, and the Cabinet at the time in their courage and their support of what the officers were doing. It's highly commendable, and thank you. The other way it's such a story of hope is the fact that with our public sector colleagues in the voluntary sector, we've really helped to get through this. Our NHS colleagues, our district and borough colleagues, our relationship has never been better with both. And that's because in time of real tragedy, in time of real emergency, we've pulled together and worked together. And likewise with the voluntary organisations. And it's heartening to read in the report that 90% of those involved in the voluntary sector at the time said that they would do it again if needs be. And I expect that if it did come to that, it would be higher than that. But it has been a tragedy. The virus has killed many who are vulnerable, and it's killed some who we would consider less vulnerable. It's also isolated families from each other, loved ones from each other, and this is recognised in the report. And we just have to give thanks and respect to those, all of those in our community who've struggled, done the right thing, and got through it. But it's not without a price. And the Summer of 20 survey tells us that. The mental health burden, the effect of isolation, the obesity, the alcohol consumption. 50% of those who were surveyed said that they hadn't sought medical advice when they would have done normally. The educational impact has been significant. The disease burden has really been exacerbated as a result of this pandemic. And that's been highlighted further in the recent JSNA that's gone to the Health and Wellbeing Board. And we are ready for that. And we will help deal with that challenge in public health. And indeed, all the directorates will play their part in order to get out of this. So it's been a terrible tragedy, but also a story of hope that we can come together. And it has got its legacy challenges that we will deal with. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. That ends the leader's statement then. No, it doesn't, sorry. There's item 18, climate change. Councillor David Smith.
Chairman, only to say how delighted I am to see climate change on the agenda of this full council yet again. It was absent for a long time after the time that we declared a climate change emergency. I would particularly like to commend the fact that we now have a climate change strategy, and I think that that's excellent. It's a great start, but it's only the beginning. We have a massive problem ahead of us that we as councillors need to deal with. I think that the leaderboard will be able to bring together the fact that we as a county can talk together as one. But we mustn't get away from the fact that we can't say we now have a strategy, let's walk away from it. We as every single member has got to look at how we can contribute to the extension of that strategy and the way that we're going to take it forward. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Simon Tagg, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr Smith. I think you're quite right. We're at the beginning of a journey and we've got the motion later, which again is another kick in the right direction on this agenda. And I think it's something which I'm glad to see on here. We've got our action plan. It doesn't sit on a shelf gathering dust, does it, Mr Smith? It's something we will be pursuing going forward, measuring, and scrutiny will be scrutinising it along the way. There is a scrutiny working party, which I know you're a member of, Mr Smith, that is going to be scrutinising and hopefully giving us a helping hand along this as we will work together on our target of reducing carbon emissions. Just one thing I'd like to plug, if I could, Mr Chairman, is the Climate Change Action Fund, which is coming to a close on the 25th of February, which is for the community and community groups to put in bids for climate change schemes which members can fund. So just that awareness. I know many members in this room attended a session on that last week, with many ideas being put forward on how schemes could be put forward, what type of schemes. And I just say to members, please, the money is there, £1,500 for each member, and it's there for raising the profile of climate change and climate change agenda, but also bringing forward for schools, for community groups, for others, members and groups, for projects that will help to reduce carbon and also raise the awareness of it as well. So thank you, Mr Chairman.
Thank you. Item 8, notes and motion. Councillor Tagg to move a note of motion.
Chairman, get to my feet again. I'm pleased to present the Nature Recovery Declaration to the Council today, which recognises the role the Council will play in leading the recovery of nature across Staffordshire, as recently confirmed in the Environment Act 2022. The motion sets out how the Council will develop a local nature recovery strategy with our partners in the districts and boroughs and working closely with our communities and other partners across the county, such as Staffordshire Wildlife Trust, to name but one. Halting the decline of wild species and the preservation and enhancement of Staffordshire's natural habitats and environment is beneficial to everybody in the county and is central to our aims to tackle climate change. The declaration will embed this objective across all the county council's operations, from land management to business development sites and highway maintenance. Our wonderful county countryside estates provide a great foundation for this work and include some of Staffordshire's most important and highly protected wildlife habitats, such as Cannock Chase, to name just one. We'll be working with our county farmers as we balance the need for local food production to aid self-efficiency while promoting biodiversity. The Council is already working to support the environment at our network of business parks across the county. Recent examples include planting thousands of trees with the Forest of Mercia on green spaces in Cannock Chase district, and our natural habitat reclamation with the Wildlife Trust in part of the Stafford Western Access Route development. By pledging to support nature recovery, the Council will be taking an important step towards ensuring nature is given the focus and the resources it needs. To aid the formation of our local nature recovery strategy for Staffordshire, this motion commits the Council to a series of actions to get us started. Developing an evidence-based action plan, including short and long-term targets for putting the nature into recovery by 2030. Using habitat mapping that will be provided by each district and boroughs to put into the plan for the local nature recovery networks, and prioritise the protection of peatland and other high-quality wildlife habitats. We are currently formulating a tree strategy that is guided by ecological mapping to identify the best locations for planting trees and other carbon reduction plants and bushes, etc. To manage the Council's own land for the benefit of the welfare of wildlife by 2030, and to meet the Environmental Act's requirement of 10% diversity net gain commitment across council-owned lands, is a baseline which we can use and we can increase as we develop our review of the LNRS going forward. I want to, and I think a lot of members will want to, lock democratic responsibility and scrutiny for tackling nature's decline within the Cabinet's environment portfolio, which will be my portfolio, and also the relevant scrutiny committee, which I think will be the Prosperous Select Committee chaired by Tina Clement. And also a council officer will be delegated to lead the coordination of the council's operations into that ecological emergency, and that will be an executive decision who that officer is appointed. Key will be working closely with our boroughs and district councils, and we will be doing this by the recently formed Staffordshire Sustainability Board, and also with other partners to promote nature recovery. I hope that all members will be able to support this motion today, because we can and we must make a start on a journey to protecting our existing nature and creating the thriving natural environment which underpins a healthy, happy, prosperous society that we want for the people of Staffordshire to enjoy. I move the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Victoria Wilson, do you wish to second the motion?
I'll second that motion, but I reserve the right to speak later. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Atkins, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I very much welcome this motion. It's certainly a useful statement of core principles and values on biodiversity, but I was a bit disappointed that there's no timescale, no resource or delivery commitment. So hopefully that will come quickly, I hope so, because I don't think we can just wait to 2030. But I would like to offer a few amendments. I don't think the amendment, yes, I think the amendment is going to be delivered round. The first deletes the words wherever possible, and that relates to the peat-free policy. Because it seems to me that...
Mrs Atkins, to wait until your amendment's given out, then people can read it.
Certainly.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs Atkins.
Thank you, Chairman. I should point out that I did, in fact, email these amendments to Councillor Wilson and Councillor Tagg last evening, as advised to do so. So the first amendment deletes the words whenever possible, and that relates to point 1B, which is committing to a peat-free policy for all council contracts and suppliers. And I just feel that at this stage in the process, we should be committing to a peat-free policy completely, not where possible. And I'd be interested to hear from Councillor Tagg where it's not possible, because I would have thought it was possible, given so many people have now committed to peat-free. So that's the first one. And secondly, on grass verges, I'm sure that over last summer, many councillors had complaints about the length of the grass verges and so on. And I really feel that it's important, if we're going to go down this route, and I very much support that we do go down this route, that we have to educate the public in terms of putting up information boards so that people understand. Perhaps we'll do a mow of a metre alongside pathways or roads, and then leave the rest fairly long, and hopefully with wildflowers and so on in it. But to do that, I think we need to take the public on board. And I think to have information boards is important, because it's not just about getting the public on, to support us, but it's also a really important educational device as well. So that's the second amendment. The third amendment is I'm just really calling on the County Council to be a little bit more ambitious. by committing to a 10% biodiversity net gain commitment as a minimum target across all council-owned land. So that's the third one. Very simple amendments, which I hope will gain some support. But I have to say that I've been banging on about, grass verges and such like for a while. And over the last fortnight, I had an email from a local resident, and it concerns me. She was wanting to increase biodiversity in her local grass verge. And when I took it to Highways, and I thought, that because she was saying that many councils are taking guidance from Plant Life on the best way to manage grass verges, so I wrote to Highways, and the response I got was, a holistic review of urban and rural grass cutting specifications is on our forward work programme as an important part of helping the council meet its wider climate change and biodiversity objectives. However, at this point in time, Staffordshire is focused on a wider highways transformation programme, which has been prioritised by the Cabinet. This is a very resource-intensive piece of work, as I outlined at the Medium-Term Financial Strategy Working Group before Christmas. So it sounds a little bit as if the County Council is a bit behind the curve on this, given that other councils are pushing forward with the sort of recommendations that Plant Life makes. I hope I'm wrong about that, and if I am wrong, I hope Councillor Tagg can put me right and reassure me that this is not the case and that we are trying to work with residents and local community groups to improve biodiversity in all our neighbourhoods. So I'd like to move formally the amendments, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do you have a second for the amendments? Councillor Hussain.
I would like to second the amendment and also reserve my right to speak on the actual motion.
Thank you. Councillor Simon Tagg, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to thank, obviously, the members for submitting these amendments. And I think I understand that they don't want to vote against this motion today because they agree mainly with, most of that is in here. And I think that's quite right. We should have unanimity about this. But I can't support these amendments. I will go through them. And the first one relating to taking out wherever possible on the use of peat. As members will probably know, the government is currently taking legislation through to ban peat by 2024. So I think we will be in a transitional period, and wherever possible, I think it's prudent for the County Council just to make members aware and the public, our officers have had input into this motion. And again, we wanted to get best value for the County Council during this period, but we will move, wherever possible not to use peat. And of course, the government will make that legislation and banned by 2024. Secondly, I think the use of information was a brilliant idea. There could be loads of other ideas we could put forward for how we're going to, sort of do this on the ground, particularly on the highway verges. And I say it doesn't really belong in this motion. I think it can be fed in through the relevant channels, and I think that's good. And I'm sure I could go around the room and other members could all give another view forward on how we would do that to get that message over to the public. And then thirdly, on the percentage, the minimum target, I'm happy with emerging this motion because, as I said in my introductory remarks, we are on the start of a journey here with the recovery plans and obligations that we're going to get under the Environment Act. I think this is a baseline, as I said, and I think as we go forward we can review and develop that along with scrutiny and member input and our partners' input as well. So I don't agree the motions, and I'll be voting against the amendment. And I would also say, Mr. Mayor, move that we move to the vote on the amendments.
You have heard the proposal by Simon Tagg, seconded by Victoria. We move to vote on the amendment. And all those in favour of the amendment? 4. All those against? The amendment is defeated. We will carry on with the initial motion. Councillor Jill Heath, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'm pleased to see that Simon's spoken to the County Farms farmers. As you know, I am a farmer, albeit not taking active participation in day-to-day work at the moment, or any time now. But I'm very proud that Staffordshire still got its county farms. As anyone who knows about farming, it's a very difficult industry to get into. Unless young people go on the succession route, it is extremely difficult to get new entrants, and it is an ageing population that we have. So I like the commitment that when you say county land, it's the county parks, and you're not going to interfere with the size of the farms. Because to take any land out of a small starter farm would make it virtually unviable for the youngsters to go ahead. So really that's it. But you know, that as Alan will point out, I've said this before, they don't make any more land in England. We're building on it, we're roads, structures, it goes less and less. But the population grows, the population needs feeding. We're talking about climate change here. Food miles count a lot. And everything that we can produce in England for our population has got to be good. So, yeah, I do hope that the county farms stay sacrosanct, they stay important to the people of Staffordshire and to the young people who want to come into the industry.
Thank you. Councillor Saeed Hussain, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to congratulate Councillor Simon Tagg for securing these motions, which is, and in fact, Chair, while 41% of the nature is declining and 15% in serious extinction, humanity cannot stand by while the wildlife is being used, abused, and exploited. Chair, with great hope and for a better tomorrow, I would like to vote for this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Mark Winnington, please.
Thank you, Chairman. As I said, I won't be voting on this, but I will like a few words. I agree with Jill Heath entirely. When we've finished all the important work around the environment and around climate change, we do still need to eat. And I'd prefer that we ate food from the UK rather than having it flown in, shipped in from abroad. Now, that doesn't preclude us from doing schemes like this or having motions like this forwards, because as farmers, and the farmers in the room will know, there's the hedgerows, there's woodland areas that we've all got, there's areas that are, we've got to be careful where we spray, so there's a 4-metre boundary around the edges of fields. All those bits of ground can be put together in a stewardship scheme, which is what I do. And if we put that over the whole of the Staffordshire and over the whole of the UK, we can make massive changes. I've got pollinator strips, I've got wild bird feeding strips. Farmers aren't baddies. Farmers really enjoy nature. We live in it and we're proud of it. So it's not a difficult thing. This is part of the holistic answer. It's not the answer, nor is climate change, but it's part of it. And it's another strand of that green thread that's got to work through the whole of the county council, whether it's health or education or anything. We've all got a bit to do, and I think the important thing out of this is saying we want to do our bit. So I will support the motion, but won't be voting on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Derry Cookfield, please.
Oh, it's back on. You thought you'd got me then, didn't you? Yeah, on climate change, as it stands at this moment in time, I mean, you could say, at my age, I've had my day. But when you come to look at the young uns, right, that are growing up, and the type of country that we're living in, I mean, Simon Taggart has already mentioned landfills and everything else that goes with it. And when we come to look at this, and I was very excited that the county council, right, was going to give so much money towards plant a tree. problem I've got a company, right, that turned round after I spoke to him, right, they're going to put £1,500 in. But the problem we got was try and get the 500, right, to put to it, right? And I've got a young lady, ex-Liberal, Wensley Naylor, at Keele, right, and she's having a big problem, right, of getting the money from Staffordshire County Council. And I've gone round, all round Wrekin-Rhyn, and it seems as though I had a problem. Now, I don't know whether anybody else has had the same problem, but if they have, and there's a time limit on, which you did say, what was the time limit, Simon? Pardon? The 24th of February. So it doesn't give you much time. So I'm going to ask Simon Tagg, right, if he would look into it and see, right, what the problems are. That could help us all out. So if we do that, right, I've already got it planned, right, for 15 established oak trees to be planted on Newcastle Borough Council land, so we don't get any problems that way. And that's at the cemetery, right, on the new cemetery on Keele Road. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor David Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. One, I welcome this motion and I think it's the right thing. I just thought I'd clarify the points that the Leader of the Opposition seemed to make about allowing people just to start willy-nilly planting on verges and causing issues that are potentially dangerous and costly to the council. Part of the thing that she also said was that, are we behind the curve? No, we're quite well ahead of the curve. The new verge planting policy comes out in April. That will be one that is a sustainable way of ensuring that the right biodiversity is maintained, that the costs are limited, that the right amount of maintenance that is feasible to undertake is enabled, and that basically that what we are looking to plant is the right thing for the right area. So each area will need to be assessed, risk assessed, and also have some safety implications of when people are going to go and plant them. Because remembering that some of these verges are by fast roads, so these are things that we need to look into before we just allow people to go there. Remembering also the fact that what type of things we're going to plant, is that going to damage our pathways? Is it going to damage the roads if we plant it too close to them? We need to look into that. We also need to look at the liability and who's actually going to do the maintenance. That's why the policy's out there, that's why it's being devised, which is why Mrs Atkins has been advised that the new transitional and transformative plan for highways is being developed. It's part of it. It's an interim portfolio piece of work between myself and Simon Tagg. And actually what we've done is we've researched a lot of different materials, a lot of different plants for the right types for our area, for Staffordshire. What will work, what will take more carbon out of the air and put it into the soil, rather than just allowing people to put wildflowers all over areas, which, especially in the winter, look really drab and are not the right types of things, and people will then come complaining that it doesn't look nice now. So what we've done is we're really ahead of the actual curve, and we are putting something in place to ensure that we will not only beautify the area, but make it so it's worthwhile and adds to our climate change differences. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Philip Atkins, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I recommend that members have a look at the magic.gov.uk website and find out what the clear definitions are of what the land has to have. You're sitting within 200 metres of a deciduous habitat which will be protected, and a mosaic habitat, and also an orchard. You wouldn't think that in the middle of Stafford, would you? But there's large areas in the middle of Stafford that are designated for nature protection already. I welcome the notice of motion, but I do, and having listened to some of the speakers, I do wonder if people understand what is about to come behind this. It mentions land management, which is why I declared a personal interest. As I've been in countryside stewardship for about 20 years, my agreement runs out in September, and I've been given an extension of a year because DEFRA haven't quite got their act together in what we're going to have when it all runs out. They announced it on February the 8th, and if you have a look at what they announced, there isn't a lot to see. I'm awaiting a letter, and I will put the land back into it. But in the meantime, Magic.gov has changed that the attributes to my land has changed. It's protecting certain birds, river and everything else. There are lots of things that members can have a look at on the Environment Agency websites, such as river gauges. There's one just below Stafford at Penkridge. You build houses. You don't put anything into those plans about making sure that the water doesn't go straight down the drain. In fact, we've got some members really keen on gully cleaning, but they never think about where the water goes. Well, I'll tell you where it goes. It goes into a river straight away and down somewhere else. And 2 or 3 days later, it's in another place. So I'm affected by Derbyshire Dales planning, which they can't do anything in the Peak Park. So it's mainly happening at Ashbourne. Thousands of acres have been concreted over and housed, and the water goes straight in the Henmore, straight down onto the River Dove, floods me. The last council meeting in December, I looked at the river gauges at 11 o'clock at night. They were low. When I got up in the morning, I got a full-blown flood. By the time I got back, it had gone back in. That used to take 6 days. It now takes 6 hours. That's climate change. You still get the same amount of water. It drops in a matter of hours and floods. But of course, you want all your drives nice and dry. The water goes down the drain. While we've had COVID going on, one of the biggest disasters to the avian population in this country. It's called avian flu. You read about it when it gets in a hen house or anything like that. But I can tell you that all the Facebook sites and websites of anglers, because I run a fishing club as well, are all talking about the number of swans, geese, ducks that are dying out in the wild. I don't know whether you've noticed anybody, but wildlife has been more than decimated in the past few months through avian flu. Do you know what else kills birds more than anything else? Cats. So when you're going to start having cat flats banned? It's all very well to have these wonderful words and say that you're going to plant wildflowers and all the rest of it. Oh, by the way, we get paid as farmers to plant wildflowers in margins. What a hell of a job that is to try and keep them going, I tell you. But we get paid for that. This is really serious stuff because you live with nature and nature lives with us. And I've always said it, you can have food, fuel or leisure. And very soon, with the price that it's going up, you're going to need food. And that is what land grows. Thank you, Chairman.
Mrs Victoria Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm delighted to second this motion this afternoon. I think the work that this County Council is doing to include the green thread through absolutely everything we do is exemplary here. We are leaders in this county. We're setting a fantastic example of work being undertaken to protect our wild species, from engaging with communities and the wider public with initiatives such as the Climate Change Fund that was mentioned earlier by Councillor Tagg, to investing in nature-based solutions to tackle the climate change emergency with highways verge cutting regimes, to maximise potential for carbon storage and biodiversity. This motion, Chairman, will allow us to set out a plan that will allow the Council to implement many, I think, sensible and sensitive measures as a council. I think the introduction of these measures will be intrinsically woven throughout our policies. I'm absolutely delighted to be able to commend this motion to the Chamber. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Simon Tack.
Chairman, sorry that I called you Mr Mayor earlier. I think you've been called leader and everything in the past. You've got that many roles today. But thank you for members for all of their feedback on this. Just to address some of that feedback, I think Councillor Heath, obviously it's all council-owned land, not just county farms that would be looked at on this. And I think you're a member of the Prosperous Select Committee. I know that, and you'll be holding us to account on this, I'm sure, going forward. And that's quite right that you do that as a local member and through scrutiny as well. Councillor Hussain, thank you for welcoming this motion. I think Labour Group, I believe, will support this motion now. I think it's quite right that we have unanimous support across the council for this. Councillor Hookfield, I believe that you're talking about one of Newcastle's new urban carbon capture areas that were designated by the Cabinet. Over 60 green spaces in the urban area across the borough have been categorised and will be protected in policy and also in the local plan. And I believe, is it through probably Keele Parish Council, you're looking to apply for some trees through Councillor Nailon. If you'd like to contact me after this, we can discuss how we can move that forward if there are any barriers there to that. Mr Williams, David Williams is quite right on the tree policy. We're hoping to bring that through the system scrutiny and Cabinet in the spring. And that's a really important thing for members again in scrutiny to have a look at. And then for obviously Councillor Atkins to put forward, the things you mentioned in the second part of your motion would be good at that stage. I endorse what Councillor Atkins said about the magic.org website. Go on there and have a look and you'll just see, within walking distance of where you live, some sites of interest, nature and habitats that really are just on your doorstep that you probably don't know about. And there's already there, that mosaic, as Mr Atkins called it, is there already, and we need to build on that, and that's what this motion is all about. So I think what we're doing here is we're starting early. The bill was only passed last autumn. We want a Staffordshire approach to this. That's that Staffordshire family, not only the county council, but our districts, our communities, and as I said, partners as a whole. And in the end, it's creating, as I said at the end of my moving this motion, and before I move it again, Mr Chairman, is to create a thriving and natural environment which underpins a healthy, happy, prosperous society for which all of our people in Staffordshire can enjoy. I move the motion.
Thank you. Okay, you've all heard the motion of the Chamber. All those in favour? All those against? It's unanimous. Well, there are 4 abstentions, but none against. Recommendations for Council. Future of the local public audit. Councillor Worthington, will you please move the consideration of the report, please?
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I'm very pleased to move the recommendation as the most cost-effective way forward for the Staffs County Council. Thank you.
Councillor Trowbridge, will you second?
Absolutely, Mr Chairman. I will second that and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you. Nobody wishes to speak, so Councillor Trowbridge or Councillor Worthington.
If no one wishes to speak, just as read.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded that the recommendation contained in the report be approved. Is that agreed? Reappointment, appointment of independent persons under Localism Act 2001. Councillor Worthington, will you move the consideration report, please?
Mr Chairman, I'm pleased to move the recommendation for members to approve. Thank you.
Councillor Trowbridge?
And again, I'll second that and reserve the right to speak.
Nobody wishes to speak? Do either of you wish to speak again? Okay. It has been moved and seconded that the recommendation contained in the report be approved. Is that agreed? Thank you. Report of the Chairman of Staffordshire Fire and Crime Panel. Councillor Peters, will you move the consideration report, please?
Certainly, Chair. Happy to move that report for consideration.
Councillor Charlotte Atkins, please.
Yes, I just wanted to ask a question, and it's arisen because of various groups that have contacted me. If you could clarify what is happening with the community rooms in our community fire stations, because they haven't been open right the way through the COVID pandemic. And I just wondered when they were going to open again, because there are many local groups which really regard these community rooms as an absolutely vital lifeline, particularly in areas where there aren't a lot of community rooms available. And of course, the added advantage is these are free to use. Thank you.
Councillor Miss Spadesi, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask why the Citizens Panel no longer exists, please. Thank you.
Councillor Peters, do you wish to respond?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The community groups is a question that we put to the Commissioner last week, and we haven't got a response yet, but it's on our list to follow up. So if you'll allow me to write to you or respond at the next meeting, I'm more than happy to do that. And the citizen panel, as far as I know, doesn't exist anymore. No, I have no explanation. Do you require an explanation? I'll get that sorted, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Peters. Okay. I move that the report is received. Is that agreed? Item 11, questions under Standing Order 8. Members, the 5 questions and answers have been circulated to members and published on our website. You all should have a copy. In accordance with the usual procedure, the questions and answers will be taken as read. I will allow each questioner 5 minutes for which to ask a supplementary question and to receive an answer. No debate is allowed on the questions. Question 1, Councillor Pritchard to Councillor Wilson. No. There is no supplementary question. Thank you. Councillor Oates to Councillor David Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank the member for the response, but I do not have a supplementary.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Atkins to Councillor Jewell.
If I could just ask a supplementary. My concern is that despite the fact we have a lot of talk about integrated care, that things like mental health are not well integrated. For instance, and I know that Councillor McMahon will know what I'm talking about, is that when one project finishes or people are signposted to other services, very often there is not a great connection between, say, combined healthcare and what's happening within the community. So what I'm really asking for is that Councillor Jessel works closely with North Staffordshire Combined Healthcare and other, like the Midlands Partnership as well, that also provides local mental health services, so that we can assure that users of the services are not left in a dangerous limbo. I've got a situation where people are no longer being offered support at a particular project, the Nivden project, and have been signposted to services which are going to be closing, and they don't know what's happening in the future. So it's about ensuring that people who have got mental health needs are given the support they need and not left in a dangerous limbo where they could get even more anxious than they are already.
Thank you. Councillor Jewell.
I'm Jessel, not Jewel, Chairman.
Councillor Jessel.
I might be seen.
You are the jewel in our crown.
Oh, Chairman, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Atkins, for that supplementary. And I agree that we do need to ensure that services are integrated, and we are currently in the process of developing a new mental health strategy, and that is one of the themes that we'll need to look. I think in terms of working with our provider partners, I will say that the, particularly in your part of the world, the contract for mental health recovery service will end on the 31st of March of this year, and from the 1st of April that service will be provided county-wide by Midlands Partnership Foundation Trust. So people will be able to access that service with the eligible needs, and it will be a county-wide and consistent service, which I think is also important. But she makes a valid point, and as I say, we are continuing to develop a new mental health strategy, which obviously will be shared with scrutiny, and members will have the opportunity to have input into it.
Thank you. Councillor Miss Padesi to Councillor David Williams.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Chair, can I ask, is it somewhat disingenuous of our council to be talking about great connectivity and improving highways is one of our priorities, when the reality is, though, that for many of our potholes, we have no idea when or if they will be fixed. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, a very strange question again, really. There is no disingenuous comment to make there. Potholes, when reported, are assessed by officers. Those will then be categorised and they'll be put on a priority list to be repaired. When it comes to the fact of some of the category 3 potholes that we have around the area, remembering that people's ideas of what an actual pothole is differ to what the categorisation of potholes actually is. But basically this administration, as we've said before, is using part of the investment strategy to address that and get a right first time system going in place so that not only the main potholes that are getting repaired get repaired, but also those around it. And it's a very strange thing, really, when it comes to the potholes, because we're always going to have potholes. We put tarmac on top of roads, on top of grass, and we then drive very heavy vehicles all over it. Waterways go underneath and they remove things, so we're going to have potholes. There's nothing we can do about it. But we are making sure that we... Sorry? Definitely. We do categorise them. We're in the pothole season, as they call it at the moment, and we're doing really well, actually. We're repairing a lot more potholes than we used to. We're doing it in the right ways. We're looking at new technologies. And as I say, it's not disingenuous in the slightest. Unfortunately, Councillor Parades is quoting from within an original question about a private company, which I can't find this quote anywhere in any of the AA statements. Obviously, the Forth Emergency Services got its thing it wants to say there. But we're not denying anything as well in that. As I say, we are saying that there are potholes and we are addressing them in a priority manner and in the correct manner. Thank you.
Councillor Hussain to Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Last Monday, I was involved in ensuring dry food supply for baby H and her sister. The mother has language barrier. Sadly, they lost their father due to COVID in last year. Mr. Chairman, pride is always on the way if they want the help from the public and when they see these things. Especially, they need our help when, as politicians, we claim ourselves we are the corporate parents. I'm really grateful for that written reply from the cabinet member. Well, Chairman, on a supplementary note, can I just ask her that to include those COVID orphans and less fortunate people in our society in her rescue plan? Will she able to do it in future whenever possible to protect those most vulnerable in our society, especially those new COVID orphans and some there who are directly affected with this in pandemic. I mean, they lost their moms, they lost their father, and in most cases, the area I represent, Chair, father is the breadwinner. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. They are noted, and if there are individual concerns, then I would love to hear about those. If you'd write to me, I'd much appreciate it, but absolutely take everything that you say on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 12, petitions. Councillor Phil Hewitt.
Thank you, Chair. It's wonderful to stand up. I have truly the most uncomfortable seat in the chamber. Around about 2 years ago, at the start of the pandemic, Cannock MI unit, the Mine Injuries Unit, closed down, and nobody would argue with that. It was undoubtedly the right thing to do. The staff had to be redeployed to more urgent matters, which was COVID. Unfortunately, 2 years on, it's still closed, and we've been putting a reasonable amount of pressure on, I would say, to get it open again, without any real conclusion. I thank a lot of, particularly Councillor Pert, who's been fabulous, trying to help us with this. So this petition signed by over 3,000 people simply said that what we'd like to do is to present the petition from the residents of Cannock or Cannock Chase and the surrounding area, requesting the council lobby the NHS Trust to secure the reopening of the minor injuries unit at Cannock Hospital. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'd like to present this petition, which is the latest tranche of a petition which now numbers 4,000 signatures, asking for a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit within Leek, to make it safer, the area better, and to make it a more pleasurable experience to walk around Leek and to enjoy its lovely historic town centre. So I'd like to add that, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to have some more to come. I hope Highways is listening. Thank you.
Item 13 is through the public. There are no part 2 work, so that completes the work of the day. Thank you, everybody. Safe journeys home.